Welcome, gentle soul, to the moonlit world where love blooms even in darkness, where hearts find each other amidst supernatural storms and ancient curses. Tonight, we follow not the clash of steel against demon flesh, but the tender moments when warriors lower their guards and souls recognize their other halves. From mountain peaks where cherry blossoms witness first meetings, to final battles where love transcends death itself, these are the stories of hearts that burn brighter than any breathing technique. So settle into your futon like morning mist settling in hidden valleys, and let the rhythm of intertwined destinies carry you into peaceful slumber as we explore every secret romance in the world of Demon Slayer. In the mountains where silence holds secrets and butterflies dance through shafts of golden sunlight, there began a love story that would unfold like the petals of a flower learning to bloom again after winter's cruel touch. Kanao Suyuri arrived at this tale already broken, her spirit fractured by cruelties that no child should ever witness. Yet it was precisely this brokenness that would make her eventual healing so profound, so beautiful in its gentle transformation from emptiness to overflowing heart. The girl who would capture Tanjiro Kamado's attention had not always been the serene figure in butterfly-patterned Haori who moved through the butterfly mansion like a living ghost. Once, she had been a child with a name, with siblings, with laughter that rang through humble rooms where poverty and love coexisted in the delicate balance that characterized so many families struggling to survive in a world that offered little mercy to the weak or unfortunate. But demons care nothing for human struggles, and the night that claimed her family also claimed the light in her eyes, leaving behind a hollow vessel that breathed and walked but no longer truly lived. The slavery that followed was perhaps worse than death itself, as young Kanao learned that humans could be as monstrous as any supernatural creature, that cruelty could wear familiar faces and speak in voices that should have offered comfort instead of commanding submission. The child who had once made decisions with the innocent confidence of someone who believed in tomorrow learned instead that choosing meant pain, that desire led to disappointment, that hope was a luxury she could no longer afford without risking the complete destruction of whatever remained of her sense of self. When Kane and Shinobu Kocho found her in that marketplace where human souls were bought and sold like commodities, they rescued more than just a body from physical bondage. They discovered a spirit so thoroughly retreated from the world that reaching it would require patience, kindness, and understanding that even these compassionate sisters struggled to provide consistently. The coin that Kanai gave her was meant as a temporary measure, a way to help her navigate daily decisions until her natural decision-making abilities could recover and reassert themselves, yet it became instead a permanent crutch that she clutched with the desperation of someone who had learned that wrong choices could lead to unimaginable consequences. The final selection examination that brought Tanjiro and Kanao into each other's orbit occurred during those early days when she existed more as beautiful automaton than living girl. Her responses to the world filtered through the random chance of coin flips that removed agency while providing the illusion of choice. Among the nearly 20 participants who entered that wisteria-bounded testing ground, she moved with technical precision that impressed even seasoned observers, her flower-breathing techniques executed with flawless form despite the emotional void that seemed to characterize her approach to everything, including combat that should have required passion to truly master. Tanjiro noticed her, of course, because his enhanced senses detected not only her extraordinary skill, but also the strange absence of the emotional sense that normally accompanied human activity, creating olfactory puzzle that intrigued him even as the immediate demands of surviving 7 days among captured demons prevented him from pursuing his curiosity about the silent girl whose grace seemed somehow disconnected from her physical actions. She was there, undeniably present and remarkably capable, yet also absent in ways that his empathetic nature found disturbing, without being able to articulate exactly why her presence felt incomplete. Their paths crossed again during the Mount Natagumo mission, when Kanao arrived with Giyu and Shinobu to assess the supernatural crisis that had already claimed so many Demon Slayer lives through the Spider Demon family's coordinated attacks on core personnel. The reunion between master and student was complicated by Shinobu's immediate intent to eliminate Nezuko despite Giyu's protection, creating tactical situation where Kanao found herself ordered to pursue the fleeing demon girl and her brother through forest terrain that favored supernatural creatures over human pursuers, even those with exceptional training and abilities. The chase that followed revealed both Kanao's combat prowess and the limitations of her psychological condition, as she moved through the trees with fluid efficiency while struggling internally with the disconnect between her observations that Nezuko was running rather than attacking, that her behavior patterns differed significantly from typical demon responses, and her training imposed directive to eliminate supernatural threats without consideration for individual circumstances or anomalous characteristics that might suggest alternatives to immediate destruction. The kick that rendered Tanjiro unconscious was delivered with precise technique that demonstrated her mastery of close-quarters combat applications, yet it was also symbolic of the emotional distance that characterized her interactions with the world, as she could incapacitate someone without feeling the weight of that action, or considering the broader implications of harming someone who was clearly trying to protect rather than harm others. Her ability to compartmentalize violence from empathy represented survival mechanism that had enabled her to function in dangerous situations, but it also illustrated how thoroughly her traumatic experiences had disconnected her from normal human emotional responses. The arrival of orders to capture rather than kill Nezuko provided Kanao with new directives that she followed with the same mechanical precision that characterized all her responses to external commands. Yet the moment also planted seeds of confusion about the reliability of initial assessments and the possibility that circumstances might be more complex than training protocols typically acknowledged. The ability to switch between contradictory orders without apparent internal conflict demonstrated both her disciplined adaptation to changing situations and the troubling absence of personal judgment that would normally create some resistance to rapid reversals of mission parameters. The Butterfly Mansion period that followed brought Tanjiro into extended contact with Kanao under circumstances that allowed for observation and interaction beyond the crisis-driven encounters that had characterized their previous meetings, creating opportunities for the kind of gradual relationship development that his patient, observant nature was particularly suited to pursue, despite her apparent disinterest in forming personal connections with anyone beyond the minimal interactions that her duties required. The first thing that struck visitors to the Butterfly Mansion was its atmosphere of purposeful activity combined with underlying tranquility, as Shinobu had created an environment where healing could occur not just through medical treatment but through exposure to beauty, order, and the kind of consistent care that helped damaged souls begin to trust that safety might be sustainable rather than temporary. The butterflies that gave the facility its name were more than decorative elements. They represented transformation, the possibility of emerging from dark cocoons into something capable of flight, hope made visible through natural processes that even the most traumatized observers could understand and find comforting. Kanao moved through this environment like part of the architecture itself, her presence so integrated with the mansion's daily rhythms that she seemed to have been designed specifically for this role, rather than having arrived through the circuitous path of trauma and rescue that had actually brought her here. Her responsibilities included not only assisting with medical care for injured demon slayers, but also participating in the rehabilitation training that helped recovering operatives regain the physical conditioning and tactical skills that effective fieldwork required. Yet she approached these duties with the same emotional detachment that characterized everything else about her interactions with the world. The Kakushi who delivered Tanjiro to the mansion for treatment following his Mount Natagumo injuries carried him through grounds where Kanao's presence created almost immediate visual impact. As she stood surrounded by butterflies whose colorful wings seemed to echo the patterns of her Heiori, while emphasizing her natural grace and the serene beauty that made her striking despite, or perhaps because of, the emotional void that prevented her from projecting the warmth and accessibility that typically made people approachable and inviting to social interaction. Tanjiro's stare during this first peaceful encounter was noticed not only by the Kakushi who were carrying him, but by Kanao herself. Though her response remained characteristically minimal, consisting of the gentle smile that had become her default expression for situations that seemed to call for some acknowledgement of human interaction without requiring genuine emotional engagement or investment in outcomes that she could not predict or control through her established coping mechanisms. The realization that she was a Tsuguko, a demon slayer selected for advanced training by a Hashira based on exceptional potential and skill, provided context for her obvious abilities, while raising questions about how someone with such apparent emotional limitations could be considered suitable for the kind of intensive mentorship that Hashira typically reserve for students whose development showed promise not just in technical areas but in the leadership qualities and moral judgment that elite demon slayer operations required. Aoi's intervention when the Kakushi asked permission to enter the mansion illustrated the practical arrangements that had developed around Kanao's condition, as the more emotionally present girl had learned to step in when situations required responses that involved discretion, evaluation of circumstances, or any form of decision-making that went beyond the simple binary choices that coin flips could address adequately for basic daily functioning, but proved insufficient for complex social interactions. The training sessions that began once Tanjiro had recovered sufficiently to participate in rehabilitation exercises provided structured opportunities for interaction between him and Kanao that removed some of the social pressures and expectations that might have made her withdrawal more pronounced, as the focus on physical conditioning and skill development created shared activities where communication could occur naturally, without forcing conversations that her psychological state made difficult to sustain or navigate successfully. The tag game that formed one component of their training regimen revealed both Kanao's superior speed and agility, and her complete dominance over the three recovering demon slayers whose own skills, while considerable by normal standards, proved insufficient to match someone whose training had progressed to Hashira-level intensity under Shinobu's direct supervision and whose natural talents provided foundation that formal instruction had refined into combat, capabilities that approached the elite tier of Demon Slayer operations. Zenitsu's immediate appreciation for the physical attributes of their female training partners created social dynamics that Tanjiro found personally uncomfortable, as his own approach to relationships with women had been shaped by family experiences that emphasized respect, consideration, and the kind of protective instincts that made casual objectification feel wrong, despite his understanding that Zenitsu's behavior stemmed from loneliness and inexperience rather than malicious intent or deliberately disrespectful attitudes toward the girls who were helping with their recovery process. The cup-throwing exercise that complemented their tag training provided different opportunities for Kanao to demonstrate her superiority, while also revealing character traits that went beyond simple technical competence. as her consistent victories in activities that required precision, timing, and tactical thinking illustrated mental capabilities that her emotional withdrawal might have otherwise obscured from casual observation by people who assumed that psychological trauma necessarily impacted all forms of cognitive function. The pattern of victories that Kanao achieved against all three recovering demon slayers created initial frustration that gradually evolved into admiration and curiosity about how someone who appeared so young and delicate could possess abilities that exceeded their own considerable skills, leading to speculation about training methods, natural talent, and the kind of dedication that such mastery required from students willing to push themselves beyond normal human limitations in pursuit of supernatural combat effectiveness. Tanjiro's persistence in continuing to challenge Kanao even after repeated defeats demonstrated character traits that distinguished his approach to improvement from that of his companions, who eventually abandoned training sessions that consistently resulted in failure, while he maintained commitment to learning from someone whose abilities clearly exceeded his own, despite the psychological challenges that such consistent losses created for someone whose mountain upbringing had taught him to expect eventual success through sustained effort and determination. The breakthrough that finally allowed Tanjiro to achieve victory in their training games came through his realization that total concentration breathing needed to be maintained constantly rather than applied only during periods of active tontu exertion, representing fundamental shift in understanding about how Demon Slayer conditioning actually functioned and what separated elite operatives from those whose development remained at intermediate levels despite years of formal instruction and practical experience. The moment when he successfully caught Kanao during tag represented more than simple training achievement. It symbolized the beginning of his ability to reach her in ways that went beyond physical interaction toward the kind of connection that her psychological barriers had been designed to prevent, creating first crack in defenses that had protected her from further emotional damage, by also preventing her from experiencing the positive relationships that human beings require for psychological health and continued development. His decision not to throw the medical tea in her face during the cup game revealed character traits that Kanao had rarely encountered in her interactions with others, as most people treated training exercises as competitions to be won regardless of the discomfort or embarrassment such victories might cause their opponents, while Tanjiro's consideration for her dignity, even during officially sanctioned activities, suggested moral framework that prioritized kindness over personal advancement or the satisfaction of defeating superior opponent. The extended moment of silence that followed Tanjiro's expression of gratitude for Kanao's assistance with his training created space where normal social expectations about conversation and response might have compelled her to speak, yet her habitual reliance on coin flips to determine whether communication was appropriate demonstrated how thoroughly her decision-making processes had been externalized to avoid the risk of making choices that might result in negative consequences she felt unprepared to handle or recover from. The formal nature of her eventual response, that she had merely followed her teacher's instructions and therefore required no thanks, illustrated both her deflection of personal credit and her inability to recognize the difference between mechanical compliance with orders and the genuine helpfulness that her actions had provided, suggesting degree of self-awareness, limitation, that prevented her from understanding how others might perceive her contributions or feel grateful for assistance she considered routine duty. Tanjiro's shock at hearing her speak clearly indicated how thoroughly her silence had characterized their previous interactions, while his persistence in continuing conversation, despite her obvious discomfort, demonstrated intuitive understanding that breakthrough moments required sustained effort rather than retreat, when initial responses suggested disinterest or inability to engage in normal social exchange patterns that most people took for granted as natural human interaction. The revelation of her coin-flipping decision-making process provided insight into psychological adaptation mechanisms that had enabled her survival, while also illustrating how trauma could create behavioral patterns that served protective functions but ultimately limited personal growth, and the development of independent judgment that adult functioning required in situations where external guidance was unavailable or inadequate for complex circumstances requiring individual assessment and response. The philosophical discussion that developed around her inability to make independent decisions revealed both the depth of her psychological damage and the extent to which her self-perception had been shaped by experiences that taught her to distrust her own judgment, preferences, and emotional responses as unreliable guides for navigating a world where wrong choices could result in consequences too severe for someone with her history of trauma to risk experiencing again. Tanjiro's declaration that everything in the world matters struck at the heart of her nihilistic worldview, while offering alternative perspective that acknowledged value and significance in experiences, relationships, and choices that her protective mechanisms had taught her to dismiss as meaningless in order to reduce emotional investment in outcomes that remained beyond her control. Despite her best efforts to predict and prepare for various possibilities, the borrowed coin flip that he orchestrated to encourage her to listen to her heart represented calculated risk on his part, as he understood that her psychological dependence on external decision-making tools meant that any attempt to bypass them completely would likely result in increased anxiety and withdrawal, rather than the emotional engagement he hoped to encourage through gentle challenge to her established coping strategies. His private determination to continue flipping the coin until it produced the result he believed would be most beneficial for her psychological development demonstrated both strategic thinking and deep compassion, as he understood that her current state required external support for positive choices, even if the long-term goal was eventual independence from such supports through gradual rebuilding of confidence in her own judgment and decision-making capabilities. The physical contact involved in grabbing her hands during this pivotal conversation represented breakthrough in their relationship that went beyond simple touching toward genuine human connection, as her typically withdrawn nature made such contact rare and meaningful, while his intuitive understanding of her need for reassurance led him to provide physical comfort that her psychological state required, but that she lacked ability to request directly or even recognize as something she needed. Her flustered response to his departure and her questions about whether his coin flip had been legitimate revealed that his intervention had succeeded in creating emotional engagement that her protective mechanisms had been designed to prevent, indicating that the barriers around her heart were not impermeable, and that the right approach applied with sufficient patience and genuine caring could begin to restore her capacity for feeling and connection that trauma had temporarily suppressed but not permanently destroyed. The significance of this transformation became apparent in subsequent interactions, as Kanao's behavior patterns began showing subtle changes that indicated internal shifts toward greater emotional availability and decreased reliance on external decision-making supports. suggesting that Tanjiro's intervention had initiated healing process that would continue developing as she gained confidence in her ability to make choices without catastrophic consequences. The period of separation that followed, during which Tanjiro continued his demon slayer duties while Kanao remained at the Butterfly Mansion, provided time and space for these initial changes to develop and solidify without external pressure or expectation, allowing her psychological growth to occur at pace that felt manageable rather than overwhelming, while maintaining connection through memory and anticipation of eventual reunion. When Tanjiro awakened from his coma following the Entertainment District mission, finding Kanao's concerned face as the first thing he saw represented meaningful progression in their relationship, as her decision to maintain vigil beside his bed suggested emotional investment that her earlier psychological state would have made impossible, despite any intellectual understanding that such attention might be appropriate for someone who had shown her kindness. The broken vase that resulted from her startled reaction to his awakening provided physical manifestation of her emotional state, as the controlled precision that normally characterized her movements gave way to human response that indicated genuine feeling rather than the careful management of behavior that had previously governed her interactions with others, suggesting that her capacity for spontaneous emotional expression was returning gradually through positive relationship experiences. Her tears of relief and joy at his recovery represented perhaps the most significant emotional display she had shown since her rescue from slavery, indicating that her heart was indeed healing and that the connections she was forming with others had become meaningful enough to generate genuine happiness when positive outcomes occurred, rather than the emotional flatness that had characterized her response to previous events, both positive and negative. The care she had provided during his unconscious period, evidenced by her presence when he awakened and her obvious knowledge of his condition, demonstrated growing capacity for concern about others' welfare that extended beyond duty or instruction toward genuine caring that motivated voluntary action taken for someone else's benefit, rather than external compliance with expectations or requirements imposed by authority figures. The battle against Upper Moon 2 that claimed Shinobu's life and threatened Kanao's own survival provided ultimate test of how much her psychological healing had progressed, as the loss of her beloved mentor and surrogate mother created crisis that could have easily triggered regression to her earlier withdrawn state or psychological collapse that would have made continued functioning impossible despite her obvious combat skills and training. Instead, her response to this tragedy demonstrated remarkable emotional growth, as she was able to feel and express appropriate grief while channeling her pain toward purposeful action that honored Shinobu's sacrifice and contributed to achieving objectives that her mentor had died pursuing, indicating that her capacity for processing complex emotions had developed sufficiently to handle even severe trauma without complete psychological breakdown or retreat from engagement with the world. The Vermilion Eye technique that she employed during this battle represented both ultimate expression of her flower-breathing mastery and symbolic representation of her willingness to sacrifice her physical sight for emotional and spiritual clarity, as the technique's cost, permanent damage to her vision, paralleled the way her psychological healing had required, accepting vulnerability and emotional risk in order to achieve genuine human connection and meaningful relationships. Her partnership with Inosuke during this fight illustrated how her development had enabled her to work effectively with others in high-stress situations that required coordination, trust, and mutual support, demonstrating that her interpersonal skills had evolved beyond the minimal social functioning that had characterized her earlier interactions toward genuine collaborative ability that enhanced, rather than hindered, group effectiveness during critical operations. The final battle against Muzan provided opportunities for both Tanjiro and Kanao to demonstrate their commitment to protecting each other, as their relationship had evolved from his one-sided effort to reach her toward mutual caring that motivated reciprocal protective actions and personal sacrifice for each other's welfare, indicating that her capacity for love had been successfully restored, despite the severe psychological damage that had initially made such emotional connection seem impossible. Tanjiro's rescue of her when Muzan's attacks threatened to overwhelm her defenses represented continuation of his protective instincts, while acknowledging her status as someone whose welfare had become personally important to him, beyond simple professional courtesy or general concern for fellow demon slayers, suggesting that his feelings had developed toward romantic attachment that paralleled her own growing emotional investment in their relationship. Her use of the remaining anti-demon medicine to help restore Tanjiro's humanity when he was temporarily transformed demonstrated ultimate expression of selfless love as she risked her own life and remaining vision to save someone whose welfare had become more important to her than her own survival, indicating complete recovery from the emotional numbness that had initially characterized her psychological state following her traumatic experiences. The mutual recognition and shared tears that occurred as both recovered from their injuries provided confirmation that their relationship had achieved genuine emotional intimacy based on mutual understanding, shared experience, and deep caring that transcended the circumstances that had originally brought them together, creating foundation for lasting partnership that could sustain them through whatever challenges their future might present. Their conversation about the Sakura tree and its connection to the first flower-breathing user illustrated how their relationship had become integrated with their professional identities and spiritual understanding of their roles as demon slayers, while also providing opportunities for the kind of gentle, meaningful interaction that healthy relationships require for continued growth and deepening connection between partners who have chosen to commit to shared futures. The time skip that revealed their descendants confirmed that their relationship had indeed developed into marriage and family, with their great-great-grandchildren bearing names that honored both their lineages while carrying forward their commitment to protecting others and maintaining the values that had brought them together despite the obstacles that initial circumstances had created for their romantic development. The extended ending materials that showed glimpses of their life together provided satisfying resolution to relationship arc that had begun with psychological trauma and emotional withdrawal, but ultimately achieved healing, growth, and deep connection through patience, kindness, and mutual commitment to supporting each other's continued development as both individuals and partners in life's ongoing journey. The final image of Tanjiro holding both Nezuko's and Kano's hands represented symbolic completion of his character arc, as the boy who had begun his journey determined to save his sister had successfully achieved that goal, while also finding romantic partner whose own healing had been made possible through his unwavering commitment to seeing past surface appearances toward the wounded but worthy heart that waited beneath protective barriers erected by trauma, but not permanently sealed against love's persistent, gentle influence. Their story thus became testament to healing's possibility, even in cases where damage seems irreversible, demonstrating that with sufficient patience, understanding, and genuine caring, even the most withdrawn hearts can learn to open again and discover that connection with others represents not dangerous vulnerability to be avoided, but essential component of human flourishing that makes survival worthwhile, and transformation possible through love's quiet, persistent, ultimately triumphant power to restore what trauma had seemingly destroyed forever. In the mountains where thunder rolls between peaks and lightning illuminates paths that fear would render invisible, There began a love story that proved how the most cowardly heart could become brave when it found something worth protecting, and how the gentlest soul could awaken courage in someone who had never believed himself capable of heroism. Zenitsu Agatsuma arrived at this tale already broken by betrayal and debt, his spirit shattered by experiences with women who had seen his kindness as weakness to exploit rather than strength to cherish. Yet it was precisely this brokenness that would make his eventual devotion so pure, so transformative in its complete surrender to love, that asked nothing in return except the chance to serve and protect. The boy who would pledge his heart to Nezuko Kamado had not always been the terrified wretch who begged strangers for marriage proposals while trembling at shadows that might contain supernatural threats. Once, he had possessed the trusting nature that made him vulnerable to manipulation, the generous heart that led him to believe promises that were designed to empty his pockets rather than fill his life with genuine companionship, the desperate loneliness that made him easy prey for women who understood exactly how to exploit his need for connection while providing nothing but false hope and mounting financial obligations. The debt that had driven him to near suicide represented more than simple monetary obligation. It symbolized his complete failure to understand human nature, his inability to distinguish between genuine affection and calculated manipulation, his tragic pattern of mistaking pity for love and seeing romantic possibility in interactions that were purely transactional from the other party's perspective, while remaining emotionally devastating from his own increasingly desperate point of view. Jigoro Kuwajima's intervention in that moment of despair had saved more than just a life. It had rescued potential that existed beneath layers of self-doubt and social incompetence, recognizing in this trembling, debt-ridden boy the capacity for greatness that required only proper guidance and the kind of unwavering support that could rebuild confidence shattered by repeated betrayal and disappointment. The former Thunder Hashira's willingness to assume financial responsibility for Zenitsu's obligations demonstrated faith that the young man himself had never possessed in his own worth or future possibilities. The training that followed was perhaps more psychological rehabilitation than martial instruction, as Zenitsu's terror of physical confrontation and supernatural threats made conventional demon slayer preparation nearly impossible until his subconscious mind learned to access abilities that his conscious fears prevented him from utilizing effectively. The thunder-breathing techniques that he mastered in sleep represented perfect metaphor for his character, tremendous power that could only be accessed when his rational mind stopped interfering with instinctive responses that his body had learned even when his heart remained convinced of its own inadequacy. The sparrow that served as his Kasugai crow reflected his unique nature through species choice that deviated from standard assignments, suggesting recognition that conventional approaches might prove inadequate for managing someone whose psychological profile differed so dramatically from typical demon slayer candidates. The tiny bird's fierce loyalty and protective instincts toward its obviously troubled partner created touching dynamic that illustrated how even animals could recognize and respond to Zenitsu's fundamental goodness despite his surface-level cowardice and emotional instability. Final selection had tested his abilities under circumstances where retreat was impossible, and survival required accessing the combat skills that sleep had allowed him to develop without conscious interference. Yet his memories of the experience remained dominated by terror and certainty of impending doom, rather than pride in successful completion of trials that eliminated most candidates. His conviction that survival was merely temporary reprieve before inevitable death reflected psychological damage that went beyond simple fear toward deep-seated belief in his own worthlessness and expendability. The girl who encountered Zenitsu begging for marriage in the mountain town represented everything wrong with his approach to relationships, as his desperation made him unable to distinguish between polite concern for a sick stranger and romantic interest, transforming casual kindness into elaborate fantasy about future happiness with someone who was already committed to another man. His inability to read social cues or understand appropriate boundaries created situations that were simultaneously pathetic and dangerous for women who found themselves targets of his unwanted attention. The revelation that his romantic delusions had been triggered by nothing more than a concerned inquiry about his health illustrated how thoroughly his loneliness had distorted his perception of human interaction, making him see encouragement where none existed while missing actual signals that might have guided him toward more appropriate social responses. The engaged woman's violent reaction to his persistent proposals demonstrated how his behavior appeared to others, not romantic devotion but harassment that required physical correction to end. Tanjiro's intervention in this awkward situation provided Zenitsu with first example of someone helping him without expecting anything in return, creating positive relationship experience that contrasted sharply with his history of exploitation and disappointment. The disgust that crossed Tanjiro's face when witnessing his behavior served as social mirror that might have motivated self-reflection if Zenitsu had possessed sufficient self-awareness to recognize his actions as problematic rather than simply unlucky. The partnership that developed between them began with Zenitsu's characteristic terror at the prospect of entering demon-occupied territory, his sweaty anxiety creating atmosphere of impending doom that contrasted sharply with Tanjiro's determined resolve to investigate supernatural threats regardless of personal risk. The wooden box that contained Nezuko became focal point for their relationship before Zenitsu even knew what it contained, as Tanjiro's declaration of its supreme importance created emotional weight that would influence every subsequent interaction. The separation that occurred within the supernatural house forced Zenitsu to confront his fears without the buffer of Tanjiro's calm presence, leaving him alone with a terrified child whose safety became his responsibility despite his own overwhelming anxiety about their situation. The unconsciousness that claimed him when fear reached unbearable levels represented psychological escape mechanism that paradoxically enabled his greatest moments of heroism through complete surrender of conscious control to subconscious competence. The demon that he defeated while sleeping demonstrated abilities that his waking mind could never access, as thunder-breathing first form achieved levels of speed and precision that seemed to violate physical laws while eliminating supernatural threats with efficiency that belied his apparent cowardice. The contrast between his unconscious heroism and conscious terror created internal contradiction that would define his character development throughout his Demon Slayer career. The protection of Nezuko's box during Inosuke's violent assault represented his first conscious act of courage motivated by loyalty to someone he had never met, but whose importance to his friend had been made clear through Tanjiro's earlier declaration. The physical punishment he endured while shielding the box from destruction demonstrated that his cowardice had limits when protecting something precious to someone he cared about. He could find strength that his own welfare had never inspired. His explanation of why he had defended the box revealed both his enhanced hearing abilities and his intuitive understanding of character, as he had detected supernatural presence within the container, while also sensing the kindness in Tanjiro's nature that made trust possible despite apparent danger. The decision to protect what he knew to be a demon, based solely on faith in his friend's judgment, illustrated moral flexibility that conventional Demon Slayer doctrine would have condemned, but that proved ultimately correct. The revelation of Nezuko's true nature when she emerged from her box created instant transformation in Zenitsu's emotional state, as fear and confusion gave way to overwhelming attraction that transcended rational thought or concern for personal safety. His first sight of her face generated response that bordered on religious experience, complete with visual effects that illustrated how thoroughly her beauty had captured his attention and imagination. The jealousy that he initially directed toward Tanjiro reflected his assumption that traveling companionship implied romantic relationship, creating misunderstanding that revealed both his inexperience with platonic friendships and his inability to conceive of situations where attractive women might be valued for reasons other than romantic potential. His horror at discovering that Tanjiro had been enjoying daily companionship with someone so beautiful illustrated how completely physical attraction dominated his thinking about relationships. The correction that established Nezuko as Tanjiro's sister rather than romantic partner transformed Zenitsu's perspective from resentful envy to hopeful possibility, as he immediately began calculating his chances of winning approval from a protective older brother whose good opinion would be essential for any future romantic pursuit. His shift in behavior from antagonistic to conciliatory demonstrated tactical thinking that his romantic desperation had taught him to employ when pursuing women whose families controlled access to their affections. The flowers that he immediately presented to Nezuko represented his established pattern of romantic gesture, yet their significance was enhanced by the context of their meeting and the genuine emotion that motivated their offering, rather than the calculated manipulation that had characterized his previous attempts at courtship. The complete transformation from despair to joy that marked this moment illustrated how finding genuine romantic possibility could instantly alter his entire psychological state and approach to life. His recognition of her demonic nature and his complete indifference to that supernatural transformation demonstrated how thoroughly physical attraction could overcome rational concerns about safety or appropriateness, yet also suggested that his capacity for acceptance might extend beyond surface-level infatuation toward deeper understanding of circumstances that others would find impossible to tolerate or embrace. The Mount Natagumo mission provided first test of how his newfound romantic motivation could influence his behavior under stress, as concern for Nezuko's safety gave him strength to overcome the paralyzing terror that had previously made him useless during dangerous operations. His desperate pursuit of Tanjiro up the mountain, despite his obvious fear, illustrated how love could provide motivation that personal survival instincts had proven inadequate to generate. His self-motivation through fantasies of domestic comfort with Nezuko revealed both the innocent nature of his romantic desires and the way positive visualization could sustain courage during situations where rational analysis would have counseled immediate retreat. The images of her lap as pillow and promises to work multiple fields, if such happiness were possible, showed that his dreams involved service and partnership, rather than simple physical gratification or social status. The spider demon encounter that nearly cost him his life through poisoning provided opportunity for him to demonstrate that his feelings for Nezuko had evolved beyond simple attraction toward genuine caring, as his final words were directed toward apologizing to her rather than expressing concern for his own survival. This priority shift indicated emotional maturation that his previous relationships had never inspired, suggesting that genuine love was teaching him to value another person's feelings above his own welfare. The rehabilitation period at Butterfly Mansion revealed both his continued attraction to other women and the way Nezuko had become his emotional center, despite these surface-level responses to feminine attention, as he could still appreciate beauty and enjoy flirtation while maintaining deeper loyalty to the demon girl, who had captured his heart more completely than conscious pursuit of other romantic opportunities could shake. His enthusiastic participation in training exercises that involved physical contact with attractive girls demonstrated that his fundamental nature had not changed completely, yet His conversations with Nezuko during private moments showed that these interactions were recreational rather than serious romantic pursuit. The hearts that appeared around him exclusively during his communications with her illustrated how his capacity for deep emotional connection remained focused on single relationship, even when other attractions provided temporary distraction. The goldfish that he brought for her entertainment represented evolution in his approach to romantic expression, moving beyond conventional flowers toward gifts that considered her interests and brought her joy rather than simply following established patterns of courtship behavior. His willingness to endure punishment from mansion staff for unauthorized pet acquisition demonstrated that his commitment to her happiness had become strong enough to override concern for personal convenience or official approval. The communication system they developed through box scratching illustrated mutual engagement that contradicted surface impressions of one-sided romantic pursuit, as her responses to his daily reports and her apparent enjoyment of his company suggested reciprocal affection that his previous relationships had never achieved. The regularity of these conversations indicated that she looked forward to his visits and found comfort in his presence, even when confined to her protective container. The joy that she displayed during their shared activities, evidenced through bonus material showing her laughing while he carried her, provided visual confirmation that his devotion was being received positively rather than merely tolerated. Her willing participation in his attempts to entertain and care for her demonstrated trust and affection that transformed their relationship from his one-sided pursuit into mutual companionship that could serve as foundation for remonstrated trust, deeper, emotional connection. The Mugen Train experience that trapped all passengers in supernatural dreams provided insight into his deepest desires through the unconscious fantasies that the demon's blood art created, revealing that his ultimate wish involved simple domestic happiness with Nezuko, rather than grandiose scenarios of heroism or material success. The flower ring that he attempted to create in his dream represented marriage proposal that his conscious mind had not yet dared to voice directly, but that his subconscious recognized as inevitable goal. Her agreement to accept his symbolic wedding ring within the dream context suggested psychological compatibility that transcended their waking interactions, while her willing participation in scenarios that his mind created indicated spiritual connection that could survive the transition from fantasy to reality if circumstances permitted their relationship to develop naturally without external interference or supernatural complications. The defense of her safety when the train demon's physical attacks threatened passengers required him to function while conscious, demonstrating how concern for her welfare could enable heroic action, even when sleep was not available to bypass his psychological barriers. His proclamation of protective intent, while freeing her from supernatural restraints, illustrated how love had given him purpose that transcended self-preservation, while providing motivation strong enough to overcome debilitating fear. Her visible emotional response to his rescue attempt showed that she recognized and appreciated his efforts on her behalf, creating reciprocal dynamic where his actions generated positive reactions that reinforced his commitment while encouraging continued growth in courage and capability. The touching nature of their interaction during this crisis suggested that their bond had deepened beyond initial attraction toward genuine partnership based on mutual care and protective instinct. The period following Rengoku's death marked significant development in Zenitsu's character as he began taking solo missions without constant complaint or attempts to avoid dangerous assignments, though his request for lock of Nezuko's hair revealed that his motivation remained fundamentally connected to romantic devotion rather than professional duty or personal growth. The symbolic nature of carrying part of her with him into battle reflected traditional romantic practices while providing psychological comfort that enabled better performance under stress. His loud invocation of her name during combat situations demonstrated how she had become his source of strength and inspiration, transforming what might have been simple romantic obsession into spiritual connection that enhanced his abilities while providing emotional foundation for continued development as both warrior and potential partner. The repetitive nature of these invocations suggested that thoughts of her had become automatic response to stress and danger. The emergence of his consciousness during later battles, while her name was on his lips, indicated that love was teaching him to access his abilities without requiring complete unconsciousness, representing significant character development that combined romantic devotion with practical improvement in combat effectiveness. This evolution suggested that healthy relationships could serve as catalyst for personal growth rather than mere distraction from professional responsibilities. The Swordsmith Village arc brought new challenges as Nezuko's unprecedented immunity to sunlight created fundamental changes in their relationship dynamic, allowing for direct communication and normal interaction that their previous circumstances had made impossible. Her first words upon awakening included his name, providing confirmation that he had remained in her thoughts during her extended period of limited consciousness, and suggesting that their emotional connection had survived her partial transformation back toward humanity. His overwhelmed reaction to her recovery included immediate marriage proposals that revealed how long he had been planning for this moment, while his promises to provide elaborate meals demonstrated understanding that relationships required ongoing care and attention rather than single romantic gestures. The specific mention of expensive foods like sushi and eel showed that he associated love with providing the best possible treatment regardless of personal cost or sacrifice. Her blushing response to his enthusiastic declarations suggested embarrassment rather than rejection, indicating positive reception of his romantic attention. Even if her restored humanity made her more conscious of social proprieties that her demon state had not required her to consider. The contrast between her reaction to him and her treatment of others provided subtle indication that their relationship held special significance that went beyond simple friendliness or general affection. The interruption provided by Inosuke's arrival and her immediate acknowledgement of him created a moment of apparent rejection that devastated Zenitsu while illustrating the challenges that would accompany her restoration to full humanity, as normal social interactions would necessarily dilute the exclusive attention that their unusual circumstances had previously allowed him to enjoy without competition from other relationships. The confrontation with Kaigaku that preceded the final battle against Muzan represented a crucial test of Zenitsu's development, as facing his former fellow student required him to overcome not only external opposition, but internal conflicts about his own worth and capabilities that had plagued him since childhood. The arrogant confidence he displayed during this encounter showed how love had given him self-respect, sufficient to match his technical abilities with appropriate psychological foundation. The original seventh form of thunder breathing that he created specifically for this battle demonstrated how personal growth, inspired by romantic devotion, could generate innovation and achievement that exceeded formal training or traditional instruction, creating unique capabilities that reflected his individual journey towards self-acceptance and recognition of his own value, both as warrior and as person worthy of love and companionship. His victory over an upper moon demon while fully conscious represented culmination of character development that had begun with his first glimpse of Nezuko's face, proving that love could indeed inspire transformation from cowardice to heroism when proper motivation combined with adequate preparation and unwavering commitment to protecting what mattered most. The speed of his final attack exceeded even demon perception, validating his position among elite warriors, despite his unconventional path to that achievement. The final battle against Muzan provided opportunity for him to demonstrate brotherly devotion to Tanjiro while maintaining romantic commitment to Nezuko, showing how healthy relationships could enhance rather than compete with other important bonds in his life. His promise not to die during the desperate fighting reflected understanding that survival had become obligation to others rather than merely personal preference. His participation in the attempt to restore Tanjiro's humanity when demonic transformation threatened to destroy their friend illustrated how love had taught him to prioritize others' welfare, even when personal risk was Bane's extreme, representing complete reversal from the self-centered desperation that had characterized his pre-Nezuko personality. The tears he shed while embracing the transformed Tanjiro showed that his capacity for emotional expression had expanded beyond romantic focus toward general compassion and genuine friendship. The epilogue that showed their domestic life together fulfilled all the promises implicit in his early devotion, as Nezuko's care for him during his recovery from battle injuries demonstrated reciprocal affection that had grown to match his own feelings. Her willingness to carry him when his legs pained him illustrated practical love that went beyond romantic gesture toward genuine partnership based on mutual support and consideration. The family atmosphere that surrounded their return home, with group hugs that included even the reluctant Inosuke, showed how their relationship had become part of a larger network of connections that provided emotional foundation for all participants. The natural way that Nezuko included him in family activities and treated him as belonging rather than visiting demonstrated acceptance that extended beyond mere tolerance toward genuine welcome and integration. The descendants revealed in the time skip confirmed that their relationship had indeed developed into marriage and children, with their great-grandchildren carrying forward both their bloodlines and their commitment to protecting others from supernatural threats. The book that Zenitsu wrote about their adventures showed how their love story had become part of family legend that would inspire future generations, while preserving memory of the bonds that had sustained them through their darkest challenges. The wedding scene depicted in extended ending materials provided visual confirmation of dreams that had sustained him throughout their entire relationship, as the flower crown that replaced his imagined ring represented fulfillment of fantasies that had originally seemed impossibly beyond his reach. The Disney-like assistance provided by his sparrow during the ceremony added whimsical touch that reflected the joy and celebration appropriate for union that had overcome so many obstacles. The final panel, showing him holding Nezuko's hand while gazing toward future possibilities, represented perfect resolution to character arc that had begun with desperate begging for any woman's attention, but had evolved into Fayam, deep, reciprocal love with someone who had chosen him not from pity or manipulation, but from genuine affection and appreciation for qualities that previous relationships had never bothered to discover or value. Their story thus became testament to love's power to transform not only individuals but relationships themselves, proving that genuine devotion could inspire personal growth while creating partnerships based on mutual respect and care, rather than desperate need or calculated advantage, and demonstrating that the most unlikely romantic candidates could achieve happiness when they found someone who could see past surface flaws toward the worthy heart that waited beneath protective barriers, erected by disappointment, but not permanently sealed against love's patient, persistent, ultimately victorious influence. In the tranquil grounds where butterflies dance between medicinal herbs and the scent of healing mingles with mountain air, there began a love story that would surprise everyone who witnessed it, for it bloomed between two souls whose fierce temperaments seemed destined for conflict rather than harmony. yet whose shared strength of spirit would prove that sometimes the most unlikely pairings create the most enduring bonds. Inosuke Hashibira and Aoi Kanzaki found each other not through gentle courtship or romantic gestures, but through the kind of loud, contentious interactions that masked deeper recognition of kindred spirits who had learned to survive in a harsh world through determination, stubbornness, and the refusal to allow others to define their limitations or worth. The boy who would capture Aoi's heart had arrived at civilization more beast than human, his upbringing in mountain wilderness having shaped him into something that existed between the animal and human worlds without fully belonging to either. His understanding of social conventions, limited to what he could observe and interpret through the lens of survival instincts that prioritize strength, territory, and dominance over the subtle negotiations that characterized normal human relationships. The boar mask that concealed his surprisingly delicate features served multiple purposes beyond simple intimidation. It represented his connection to the wild creatures who had raised him, while providing psychological barrier that protected him from vulnerability that human faces inevitably revealed. Beast-breathing techniques that he had developed through solitary experimentation reflected his innovative approach to combat and life itself. As someone who refused to accept limitations imposed by formal training or traditional wisdom, preferring to trust his own instincts and creative problem-solving over established methods that others insisted were superior simply because they had been practiced for generations. His conviction that he could surpass any opponent through superior willpower and unconventional tactics created personality that was simultaneously arrogant and endearing, challenging authority while possessing underlying goodness that his abrasive exterior often concealed from casual observers. The girl who would eventually tame this wild creature possessed her own fierce nature that had been shaped by different but equally challenging circumstances, as Aoi Kanzaki had learned to survive in environments where authority and competence were measured through ability to command respect from people who might otherwise dismiss her contributions or attempt to take advantage of perceived weaknesses. Her role at the Butterfly Mansion required her to manage personalities ranging from traumatized demon slayers to demanding Hashira, all while maintaining medical facilities and rehabilitation programs that could mean the difference between recovery and permanent disability for those who depended on her expertise. The commanding presence that she displayed when first encountering Tanjiro and his companion reflected not arrogance but necessity, as someone whose responsibilities included maintaining order in facility where any lapse in discipline or attention could result in complications that might cost lives, or delay recovery for people whose return to active duty was essential for protecting civilian populations from supernatural threats. Her immediate challenge to strangers who appeared on mansion grounds without proper introduction or explanation demonstrated protective instincts that prioritized security over social niceties. The loud, aggressive personality that characterized her interactions with difficult patients or visitors served practical purposes in an environment where gentle approaches might be interpreted as weakness by people whose own survival had depended on projecting strength and confidence even when circumstances suggested vulnerability or uncertainty. Her willingness to use harsh language and direct confrontation when situations required firm boundaries illustrated understanding that effective leadership sometimes demanded techniques that more conventionally feminine approaches might avoid, but that results ultimately validated. The parallel between her communication style and Inosuke's own loudmouth tendencies created immediate potential for either explosive conflict or mutual recognition of similar spirits who had learned to navigate challenging circumstances through force of personality rather than subtle manipulation or appeals to others' better nature. The fact that both possessed aggressive uncompromising personalities suggested either inevitable clash of wills or discovery that their similarities might provide foundation for understanding that gentler souls could not achieve. Her introduction to the newly arrived patients proceeded according to established protocols that emphasized her authority, while making clear the expectations and boundaries that would govern their stay at the facility. Yet her approach also revealed underlying care and concern that motivated her seemingly harsh treatment of people who were obviously suffering from recent trauma and needed emotional support as much as physical healing. The balance between necessary discipline and genuine compassion reflected sophisticated understanding of what recovery required from both patients and caregivers. Inosuke's initial condition following the Mount Natagumo mission left him uncharacteristically subdued, his crushed throat preventing the loud declarations and challenges that normally announced his presence, while forcing him into unfamiliar role of passive patient rather than aggressive participant in whatever situations surrounded him. The depression that accompanied his physical injuries suggested that his identity was closely tied to his ability to project strength and dominance, making temporary weakness particularly difficult for someone whose entire self-concept revolved around superior capability and unstoppable determination. The first interactions between Aoi and the masked patient occurred without particular significance, as his altered condition prevented the kind of dramatic personality clash that their normal states might have generated, while her professional focus on medical care and facility management left little room for personal interest in individual patients beyond their specific treatment requirements and rehabilitation needs. The absence of immediate romantic sparks reflected realistic development where attraction would grow gradually through repeated interaction rather than instant recognition of destined partnership. The rumors about Aoi's repair of Nezuko's box illustrated her practical skills while revealing character traits that went beyond her administrative and medical responsibilities, as her willingness to take on additional tasks that were not strictly required demonstrated care for others' welfare that her stern exterior might otherwise have concealed from casual observation. The angry expression that allegedly accompanied this volunteer work captured perfectly the contradiction between her harsh presentation and generous actions that defined her personality. The rehabilitation training that brought Inosuke into more active participation in mansion activities provided opportunities for personality conflicts that had been postponed by his earlier subdued condition, as his recovery enabled return to aggressive behavior patterns that immediately put him at odds with Aoi's authority and management style. His dismissive attitude toward being defeated by girls reflected upbringing that had taught him to measure worth primarily through combat prowess, while failing to recognize other forms of strength or competence. Zenitsu's enthusiasm for the physical contact involved in rehabilitation exercises created situations that highlighted differences between the three young male patients, as Inosuke's complete indifference to such opportunities revealed both his social inexperience and his focus on improvement rather than romantic possibility. His criticism of Zenitsu's excitement about grabbing girls during training demonstrated that his priorities remained firmly centered on strength development rather than social or romantic advancement. The tag game that formed part of their conditioning program provided first clear demonstration of how Inosuke and Aoi's personalities would interact when both were functioning at full capacity, as his complete lack of concern for social proprieties led him to employ tactics that other participants would have considered inappropriate or unnecessarily harsh. His willingness to grab Aoi by the feet and hang her upside down during what should have been gentle exercise illustrated his approach to competition that prioritized victory over consideration for opponents' dignity or comfort. The cup-throwing exercise that accompanied their tag training revealed similar patterns, as Inosuke showed no hesitation about throwing medical tea in Aoi's face, contrasting sharply with Tanjiro's reluctance to cause such discomfort to female training partners. His direct, uncompromising approach to these activities demonstrated that he treated her as equal competitor rather than delicate flower requiring special consideration, an attitude that would prove significant in their relationship development despite its initially harsh appearance. Aoi's response to his ungentlemanly behavior during training exercises showed that she was not intimidated by his aggressive approach and was perfectly capable of giving as good as she got in terms of physical and verbal confrontation, suggesting compatibility based on mutual respect for strength, rather than traditional romantic dynamics, where masculine protection balanced feminine vulnerability. Her ability to match his energy and attitude created level playing field where neither had inherent advantage over the other. The departure for the Mugen Train mission provided opportunity to observe how their relationship had developed during the training period, though the focus on other romantic developments meant that their interactions remained largely in background of more obvious courtship activities. Aoi's kind words to Tanjiro about their time together and her wishes for his success demonstrated capacity for emotional warmth that her usual stern demeanor might have obscured from people who only saw her professional persona. Tanjiro's appreciation for her care and his declaration that she had become part of him through her assistance illustrated the impact that her work had on those she helped, while also providing insight into how her contributions might be valued by someone like Inosuke, whose own recovery had benefited from her attention. The emotional response that his words generated suggested depth of feeling that her controlled exterior normally kept hidden from observation. The absence of specific interaction between Inosuke and Aoi during this farewell scene reflected their relationship's less obvious development compared to the clear romantic tension visible in other pairings, yet also indicated that their connection was growing through daily interactions and shared experiences rather than dramatic moments or explicit romantic declarations. The subtlety of their bond would prove characteristic of their overall courtship pattern. The entertainment district mission that took the three young demon slayers away from the mansion for extended period provided test of whether absence would affect feelings that had been developing through proximity and routine interaction, while also creating circumstances where Inosuke's protective instincts toward his training partners might extend to concern for those who had supported their preparation at Butterfly Mansion. The crisis that developed when Tengen attempted to requisition Aoi for the dangerous mission revealed how other people viewed her role and value, while also creating a situation where her safety became immediate concern for those who had grown to care about her welfare during their rehabilitation period. Her obvious terror at prospect of being forced into combat situation demonstrated vulnerabilities that her usual competent presentation had concealed from those who knew her primarily through her professional activities. Inosuke's immediate volunteering to take her place in the dangerous mission represented first clear indication that his feelings had developed beyond simple respect for her abilities toward genuine concern for her safety, well-being, as his offer to risk his life rather than see her endangered suggested emotional investment that transcended casual acquaintance or professional appreciation. His declaration that he was not tired and did not mind going illustrated willingness to sacrifice personal comfort for her protection. The fact that his offer came before Zenitsu's and was made without obvious romantic motivation distinguished his protective gesture from actions that might have been designed to impress rather than genuinely assist, indicating that his concern arose from authentic caring rather than calculated attempt to advance romantic agenda or demonstrate superiority over other potential suitors. The straightforward nature of his intervention reflected personality that valued direct action over complex social maneuvering. Aoi's emotional response to seeing these young men willing to risk their lives to spare her from dangerous assignment revealed how much their gestures meant to someone who was accustomed to taking care of others rather than receiving protection, or consideration for her own welfare. The tears that accompanied her gratitude suggested that such concern for her safety was unusual experience rather than normal treatment she expected from those around her. The aftermath of the Entertainment District battle brought injured demon slayers back to Butterfly Mansion for recovery, providing opportunity to observe how Aoi's reactions to various patients might reveal personal preferences or emotional attachments that professional demeanor would normally conceal from casual observation. The different levels of concern she showed for different patients could provide insight into developing feelings that she might not yet recognize or acknowledge herself. When Tanjiro awakened from his coma, the presence of Kanao, rather than Aoi, at his bedside suggested that romantic relationships were developing along predictable lines. Yet this arrangement also meant that Aoi's attention was likely focused elsewhere during this critical period of recovery and adjustment. The distribution of caring responsibilities among mansion staff reflected both practical considerations and personal preferences that might not be immediately obvious to casual observers. The revelation of Inosuke's dangerous condition during his recovery period created a situation where Aoi's professional composure cracked enough to reveal genuine emotional distress at prospect of losing someone who had become important to her beyond simple patient-caregiver relationship. Her tears, while explaining his condition to the awakening Tanjiro, demonstrated depth of feeling that her usual controlled presentation worked hard to conceal from public view. The specific nature of her concern about Inosuke's slow response to treatment suggested detailed knowledge of his case that went beyond general medical awareness, indicating personal investment in his recovery that motivated closer attention than routine patient care would typically require. Her ability to provide detailed explanation of his condition implied that she had been monitoring his progress with particular care and attention. Her physical intervention to restrain him when he attempted premature activity demonstrated willingness to engage in direct confrontation when his welfare was at stake, showing that her concern translated into protective action rather than passive worry about outcomes beyond her control. Her angry lecture about his need for caution revealed frustration born of genuine caring rather than simple professional irritation at non-compliant patient behavior. The scolding that she delivered about his tendency to forget medical instructions illustrated familiarity with his personality patterns that could only have developed through extensive observation and interaction during his recovery period, suggesting that their relationship had involved more communication and mutual attention than might have been immediately obvious to outside observers. Her specific knowledge of Shinobu's warnings to him demonstrated comprehensive involvement in his care. Inosuke's characteristic response of telling her to shut up and calling her a shrimp showed that his recovery had restored his normal personality patterns, while also revealing comfort level with verbal sparring that indicated their relationship had developed beyond formal patient-caregiver boundaries toward more personal dynamic, where such exchanges were acceptable rather than inappropriate. His casual rudeness paradoxically demonstrated growing intimacy rather than disrespect. Her retort about their similar heights created a moment of levity that showed how their interactions had developed into familiar banter rather than serious conflicts, indicating mutual comfort with verbal exchanges that might appear hostile to observers, but actually represented form of playful communication that both participants understood and enjoyed. The humor in their exchange suggested underlying affection despite surface antagonism. The shared experience of dealing with his recovery created bond based on practical cooperation and mutual respect for each other's capabilities, as she had demonstrated competence in caring for his complex medical needs, while he had learned to accept her authority in areas where her expertise exceeded his knowledge. This foundation of mutual respect would prove important for their long-term relationship development. The period following his recovery provided opportunities for their relationship to develop through daily interactions that were no longer complicated by medical crisis or formal patient-caregiver boundaries, allowing personality compatibility to emerge through normal social exchange rather than high-stress emergency situations. The transition from medical necessity to voluntary association would test whether their connection could survive without external circumstances forcing them together. The scene of Inosuke stealing food while Aoi was cooking revealed both his characteristically direct approach to meeting his needs and her growing familiarity with his behavior patterns, as her immediate detection of his pilfering suggested intimate knowledge of his habits and tendencies. Her question about how she always noticed so quickly demonstrated that such incidents were regular occurrences rather than isolated events. His private acknowledgement that she might be strong represented significant recognition from someone whose worldview was fundamentally organized around strength and capability, indicating that prolonged observation had convinced him that her abilities deserved respect despite his initial dismissive attitude toward girls generally. This internal admission suggested development of genuine appreciation for her qualities. The special plate that she prepared exclusively for his use represented caring gesture that went beyond professional duty toward personal attention, designed to meet his specific needs and preferences, showing that her feelings had developed beyond casual friendship toward romantic interest, expressed through practical care rather than conventional romantic gestures. The promise that he could eat from it whenever he wanted demonstrated commitment to his ongoing comfort and happiness. The blush that accompanied his examination of this thoughtful gift revealed emotional response that his usual aggressive persona worked hard to conceal, indicating that her gesture had touched him more deeply than his surface reactions typically allowed others to observe. The smile that appeared on his face represented a rare moment of genuine happiness and appreciation that transformed his usually fierce expression into something almost tender. The significance of reaching his heart through food reflected understanding of his essential nature and needs. As someone whose survival had always depended on finding adequate nourishment, would naturally respond positively to a reliable source of sustenance provided with care and attention to his preferences. Her insight into this fundamental aspect of his character demonstrated growing intimacy and understanding. The descendants revealed in the time skip confirmed that their relationship had indeed developed into marriage and family, with their great-grandson bearing name that honored both their lineages while carrying forward their commitment to strength and protection of others. The confirmation of Aoi as grandmother validated subtle romantic development that had occurred largely outside main narrative focus, while proving that unlikely pairings could achieve lasting happiness. The extended ending materials that provided glimpses of their life together showed Inosuke presenting gifts from nature that reflected his continued connection to wilderness origins, while demonstrating desire to share what he valued with someone whose appreciation meant more to him than conventional social approval. The acorns and natural treasures that he offered represented sincere attempts at romantic gesture, using methods that his upbringing had taught him to associate with generosity and care. Aoi's genuine emotional response to receiving these unconventional gifts showed that she understood and appreciated the thought behind them, rather than judging them according to conventional standards of romantic propriety, indicating emotional maturity that could recognize sincerity even when it came packaged in unusual forms. Her touched reaction validated his efforts while encouraging continued expression of affection through methods that felt natural to him. The information about their great-grandson's adult life and activities suggested that their family had maintained connections with descendants of other Demon Slayer families while pursuing normal civilian occupations that honored their ancestors' sacrifices without requiring continued involvement in supernatural warfare. The badminton games with other descendants indicated ongoing friendships that reflected positive relationships their grandparents had maintained with their former colleagues. The fan book revelation that Aoi rarely smiled but that Inosuke could make her laugh often through unexpected actions provided insight into their relationship dynamic and what made their partnership successful, as his unconventional approach to life could break through her serious demeanor in ways that more conventional romantic partners might have been unable to achieve. His ability to bring joy into her life represented significant contribution that validated their compatibility. The comparison to Giyu's famous lack of smiling created context for understanding how remarkable it was that Inosuke could consistently provoke positive emotional responses from someone who was naturally reserved and controlled in her. Expressions of feeling, suggesting that their personalities complemented each other in ways that enabled both partners to experience happiness and emotional fulfillment that they might not have found with more conventional romantic matches. The monthly visits that brought Nezuko to the mansion provided opportunities for their relationship to develop through regular social interaction that was not dominated by medical emergencies or training responsibilities, allowing them to discover personality compatibility through normal domestic activities and casual conversation. Zenitsu's jealousy of Inosuke's presence during these visits suggested that others recognized the romantic potential in their growing friendship. Their story thus became testament to the power of mutual respect and shared strength to create lasting romantic bonds, even when initial interactions seemed to promise conflict rather than harmony, proving that some relationships required time and repeated contact to reveal compatibility that was not immediately obvious to either the participants or outside observers, and demonstrating that love could grow from practical partnership and mutual appreciation into deep emotional connection that sustained marriage and family through all the challenges that life might present to couples who had learned to face difficulties together with combined strength and determination. The loud household that their marriage undoubtedly created, with both partners possessing aggressive personalities and strong opinions, represented functional relationship dynamic, where conflict could coexist with affection and mutual respect, showing that successful marriages did not require constant harmony, but could thrive on passionate engagement between equals who had learned to channel their intensity toward shared goals rather than destructive opposition. Their love story proved that sometimes the most unlikely pairings create the most authentic and enduring bonds when both partners are willing to appreciate qualities that conventional wisdom might have dismissed as incompatible with romantic happiness. In the gardens where wisteria blooms carry the weight of ancient promises and serpents move through shadows with wisdom older than human memory, there began a love story that would span lifetimes and transcend death itself, proving that some bonds are too powerful for a single existence to contain and must be fulfilled across the endless cycle of souls seeking their destined companions. Obanai Iguro and Mitsuri Kanroji found each other in a world where demons threatened to devour all light and hope, yet their connection burned brighter than any supernatural darkness could extinguish, creating flame that would continue burning through reincarnation until circumstances finally allowed their hearts to claim the happiness that tragedy had stolen from their first meeting. The man who would love Mitsuri with devotion that exceeded his own survival instincts had arrived at this tale already marked by suffering so profound that it had carved permanent scars not only across his flesh but through his soul, creating wounds that conventional healing could never fully close. Yet that love might eventually transform from sources of pain into foundations for understanding the preciousness of genuine human connection. The bandages that concealed his mouth served purposes beyond hiding physical disfigurement. They represented his conviction that someone bearing the corruption of his bloodline had no right to speak words of affection or hope to anyone pure enough to deserve better than what his tainted heritage could offer. The serpent that coiled around his neck like living necklace was more than mere companion. Kabura Maru represented the only creature that had ever shown him loyalty without expecting something in return. The single relationship in his life that had not been poisoned by the legacy of greed and murder that defined his family history and continued to haunt his understanding of what he deserved from existence. The snake's presence provided comfort and practical assistance, while serving as a reminder that some forms of companionship could transcend the boundaries that separated different species. When mutual respect and genuine caring created bonds stronger than conventional social expectations. The serpent breathing techniques that he had mastered reflected both his connection to his Ophidian partner and his understanding of how patience, precision, and the ability to strike at exactly the right moment could overcome opponents whose raw power might seem overwhelming to more direct approaches. His fighting style embodied the wisdom of creatures who survived through intelligence and timing rather than brute force, creating combat effectiveness that maximized his physical limitations, while demonstrating that true strength came from understanding how to apply available resources with maximum efficiency, rather than relying on superior natural gifts. The girl who would capture his heart despite his conviction that he was unworthy of such blessing possessed strength that existed in different dimension from conventional measurements of physical power, as Mitsuri Kanroji had been born with muscle density 8 times greater than normal humans, while maintaining appearance that concealed her extraordinary capabilities beneath feminine beauty that made her seem delicate to those who had never witnessed her true abilities. Her unusual hair color and enormous appetite had marked her as different from childhood, creating experiences of rejection and social isolation that taught her to hide her authentic self in pursuit of acceptance that never came when she tried to conform to others' expectations. The love-breathing techniques that she had developed from her original flame-breathing training reflected her fundamental nature as someone whose emotions enhanced rather than hindered her combat effectiveness, channeling passion and caring into devastating attacks that proved how maternal instincts and protective love could generate power that exceeded what cold calculation or pure aggression might achieve. Her approach to supernatural warfare demonstrated that fighting to protect others created motivation and capability that surpassed what individual survival instincts could inspire even in the most skilled warriors. Their first meeting as fellow Hashira occurred during circumstances that emphasized their contrasting approaches to Demon Slayer operations, as Obanai's harsh judgment of protocol violations conflicted with Mitsuri's compassionate response to unusual situations that might require flexibility rather than rigid adherence to established rules. His position in the tree during the Hashira meeting symbolized both his preference for observing from elevated perspectives and his psychological distance from normal human social interactions that his traumatic background had made difficult to navigate successfully. The heart that appeared above Mitsuri's head when she observed his coolly menacing demeanor revealed her capacity to find attractive qualities in personalities that others might consider intimidating or unpleasant, suggesting emotional sophistication that could appreciate complexity rather than requiring simple, uncomplicated characteristics in potential romantic partners. Her description of him as reliable indicated recognition of underlying strength and dependability that his harsh exterior concealed from casual observation. The blush that accompanied her positive thoughts about him provided visual confirmation of romantic interest, though her tendency to respond similarly to multiple Hashira initially obscured the specific nature of her feelings toward Obanai and made it difficult to determine whether her attraction represented genuine preference or simply her naturally positive disposition toward people she respected and admired. The love Hashira's emotional openness created situations where interpreting her responses required careful attention to subtle differences that might distinguish romantic interest from general appreciation. The shared grief that both experienced upon learning of Rengoku's death created moments of emotional connection based on mutual loss of someone who had meant a great deal to both of them. Though their different ways of processing this tragedy, her open emotional response versus his more controlled reaction, illustrated personality differences that would prove complementary rather than conflicting as their relationship developed. His statement of disbelief suggested deeper feeling than his usual stoic demeanor typically allowed others to observe. The criticism that Obanai directed toward Tengen following the entertainment district mission revealed his harsh standards for Hashira performance, while also demonstrating the kind of ruthless pragmatism that his traumatic background had taught him to adopt as survival mechanism in a world where weakness could be fatal not only for individuals, but for everyone who depended on their protection. His insistence that injured warriors continue fighting until death reflected worldview shaped by circumstances where sentiment was luxury that could cost innocent lives. The eating contest that provided insight into Mitsuri's extraordinary appetite occurred during a period when her relationship with Obanai was developing through daily interactions and shared responsibilities rather than dramatic, romantic gestures, allowing observers to witness personality traits that would influence their compatibility while providing context for understanding how their different natures might complement each other in long-term partnership. Her ability to consume more food than multiple people combined illustrated just one aspect of her unusual physical capabilities. The conversation about her reasons for joining the Demon Slayer Corps revealed her desire to find a husband who would be stronger than herself, creating explicit criteria that limited her romantic options to a small number of men whose capabilities exceeded her own extraordinary gifts, while also suggesting that she understood the practical considerations that would be necessary for successful marriage to someone with her unique characteristics. Her requirement for protective partner reflected experiences with rejection that had taught her to seek relationships based on mutual strength rather than conventional social expectations. The backstory that explained her childhood experiences with arranged marriage provided context for understanding how societal expectations and conventional beauty standards had forced her to suppress her authentic self in pursuit of acceptance that remained perpetually out of reach, creating psychological damage that paralleled Obanai's own struggles with self-worth, while establishing foundation for mutual understanding between two people who had learned to hide their true natures from a world that seemed incapable of accepting their differences. The revelation that she had dyed her hair black and starved herself to appear more conventionally feminine illustrated lengths to which she had gone to conform to others' expectations, demonstrating how deeply social rejection had affected her self-perception, while also showing that her eventual embrace of her authentic characteristics represented hard-won victory over internalized shame that could have permanently damaged her ability to form healthy relationships based on genuine acceptance rather than false pretenses. The decision to abandon her engagement rather than marry someone while pretending to be someone she was not showed moral courage that prioritized authenticity over social security, indicating strength of character that would prove essential for navigating relationship with someone whose own traumatic history created obstacles that conventional approaches to romance would be inadequate to overcome. Her choice to seek environment where her true self would be valued rather than hidden demonstrated wisdom about what healthy relationships required. The cover image that showed them eating together with Obanai, staring at her with gentle eyes while she smiled and blushed, provided visual evidence of growing intimacy that their public interactions might not have revealed to casual observers, suggesting that their relationship was developing through private moments that allowed for emotional vulnerability and genuine connection away from professional responsibilities that required them to maintain certain personas for effectiveness and credibility. The striped socks that he gave her represented first concrete evidence of his romantic interest, expressed through practical gift that she could incorporate into her daily life, creating ongoing reminder of his thoughtfulness while providing him with satisfaction of seeing her wear something he had chosen specifically for her. His inability to make eye contact during the presentation revealed emotional vulnerability that his usual controlled demeanor worked hard to conceal from others. The hearts that appeared in the air between them during this gift exchange confirmed mutual romantic interest, while illustrating how their connection was developing beyond professional respect toward genuine affection that both participants recognized and reciprocated, creating foundation for deeper relationship that could survive the challenges and dangers that their chosen profession would inevitably create for anyone attempting to maintain personal bonds while risking their lives for others' protection. Her continued wearing of these socks throughout subsequent appearances demonstrated appreciation for his gesture, while providing subtle signal to him that his gift had been well received and valued, creating positive feedback that encouraged further romantic expression, while establishing a pattern of thoughtful gift-giving that would characterize their courtship approach. The visibility of this favor also served as public indication that their relationship was progressing beyond casual acquaintance. The concern that Obanai showed for her welfare following her battle with Upper Moon 4 revealed how deeply he had come to care about her safety and well-being, as his immediate inquiry about her condition demonstrated prioritization of her needs over general mission outcomes or tactical assessments that might have dominated more professional interactions. Her bright response and obvious pleasure at his attention confirmed that such concern was welcome rather than presumptuous. The embarrassment that she experienced when asked to explain her Demon Slayer mark activation technique created a moment of vulnerability that affected him visibly, as his face palm reaction showed how personally he felt her discomfort and his desire to protect her from situations that made her feel inadequate or foolish. His emotional investment in her dignity revealed depth of caring that went beyond casual romantic interest toward genuine love and protective instinct. The letters that they exchanged during training period provided opportunities for private communication that allowed their relationship to develop through written expression of thoughts and feelings that face-to-face interaction might have made difficult to share, creating intimacy based on intellectual and emotional connection rather than purely physical attraction. These correspondences enabled deeper understanding of each other's personalities and perspectives away from public settings where professional obligations limited personal expression. The jealousy that Obanai displayed when learning about Tanjiro's interaction with Mitsuri during training revealed possessive feelings that contradicted his usual controlled emotional presentation, suggesting that his romantic attachment had developed to a point where perceived threats to their relationship could override his typically rational approach to interpersonal situations. His angry warning to Tanjiro about becoming too friendly with her demonstrated protective instincts that exceeded professional concern. The proximity that characterized their positioning during group activities and mission briefings suggested unconscious desire to remain close to each other while maintaining professional appearance, creating a pattern of behavior that observers might notice even when the participants themselves were not fully aware of how their romantic feelings were influencing their choices about physical positioning and social interaction. Their tendency to stand or sit near each other became visible evidence of their growing bond. The protection that he provided during their confrontation with minor demons illustrated his commitment to ensuring her safety, even in situations where her own considerable abilities might have been adequate for self-defense, demonstrating how his love had created additional motivation for vigilance and protective action that exceeded his normal tactical considerations. His command for enemies to stay away from her revealed possessiveness that he normally kept hidden beneath professional demeanor. Her positive response to his protective behavior confirmed that such attention was welcome rather than condescending, indicating that she appreciated having someone who cared enough about her welfare to take additional risks for her safety, rather than simply assuming that her strength made external protection unnecessary. Her acknowledgement that he was great showed how his actions were building romantic attraction based on demonstrated caring, rather than mere physical attraction or social convenience. The coordinated fighting that developed during their battle against the replacement Upper Moon 4 demonstrated tactical compatibility that reflected growing personal intimacy, as their ability to work together effectively in combat situation required mutual understanding and trust that could only develop through extensive interaction and shared experience. Their cooperation in dangerous circumstances revealed how personal bonds could enhance rather than interfere with professional effectiveness when both partners possessed complementary skills and mutual respect. The boost technique that allowed Tanjiro to reach higher elevation for attack against their opponent showcased innovative thinking that adapted available resources to meet tactical requirements, while also demonstrating willingness to use unconventional methods when circumstances demanded creative solutions that formal training had not anticipated. This collaborative approach reflected partnership mentality that characterized their relationship development both personally and professionally. The apparent defeat that seemed to claim both Hashira during later stages of the Muzan battle created fear that their love story might end in tragedy before achieving fulfillment, representing cruel irony that two people who had found each other despite tremendous obstacles might be separated by death, just when their relationship was approaching the happiness they had both sought for so long. The off-screen nature of their apparent demise suggested that more complex developments might be occurring beyond immediate observation. The revelation that their defeat had been illusory technique rather than actual death provided relief, while demonstrating how their enemies understood that psychological warfare involving threats to loved ones could be more devastating than direct physical attack, indicating that their relationship had become visible enough to outside observers that opponents could identify and exploit their emotional vulnerabilities for tactical advantage during critical confrontations. The injuries that Mitsuri sustained during actual combat with Muzan tested Obanai's emotional control as he witnessed serious damage to someone whose welfare had become more important to him than his own survival, creating a situation where his love might either motivate greater heroism or become liability that compromised tactical judgment when clear thinking was essential for achieving objectives that transcended personal considerations, no matter how deeply felt. His decision to prioritize her safety by removing her from immediate danger while telling her that she had done enough demonstrated mature love that could recognize when protection required, setting aside personal desires for continued partnership in favor of ensuring survival of person whose life had become more precious than shared glory or mutual sacrifice. His tears while making this decision revealed emotional cost of choosing her welfare over their continued collaboration. Her desperate plea for him not to get killed while expressing regret that they had not met under normal circumstances illustrated how their relationship had developed to a point where imagining life without each other had become source of profound pain, yet also showed realistic understanding that their current situation made conventional romantic fulfillment impossible, despite mutual attraction and compatibility that might have thrived under different conditions. The vision of civilian life that she shared, showing them strolling together in peaceful natural setting wearing ordinary clothing, represented dreams of normalcy that their chosen profession had made impossible to pursue, yet also demonstrated how deeply they had come to care for each other, an imagined shared future that circumstances would never allow them to experience in their current existence. The revelation of his scarred mouth and his explanation of why he considered himself unworthy of her love provided context for understanding psychological barriers that had prevented him from pursuing their relationship more actively, as his conviction that his corrupted bloodline made him unsuitable for someone pure and good created internal obstacles that exceeded any external circumstances that might have interfered with their romantic development. The family history that had shaped his self-perception involved generations of criminal activity that had benefited from demonic alliance, creating legacy of guilt and shame that made him feel responsible for sins he had not committed, while convincing him that any attempt to claim personal happiness would represent betrayal of victims whose suffering had enabled his ancestors' prosperity. His inability to separate individual worth from family history demonstrated how deeply trauma could distort self-understanding. The imprisonment that had characterized his childhood illustrated how completely his family had objectified him as future sacrifice rather than person deserving of love and protection, creating experiences that taught him to expect betrayal and exploitation from anyone who claimed to care about his welfare. The serpent demon who had marked him as future meal had represented ultimate expression of his family's willingness to sacrifice his life for their continued comfort and security. The escape that had required him to risk everything for chance at freedom demonstrated courage that contradicted his adult conviction that he was fundamentally corrupt and unworthy of good things, suggesting that his moral compass had remained intact, despite circumstances that might have justified embracing the evil that surrounded him. His partnership with Kaburamaru during this desperate flight created foundation for his only successful relationship before meeting Mitsuri. The rescue provided by the previous Flame Hashira established connection between his salvation and the breathing style that would eventually influence Mitsuri's own techniques, creating invisible thread that connected their destined meeting, while providing him with model of how Demon Slayer service could transform personal trauma into force for protecting others, rather than perpetuating cycle of victim and force victimizer that might otherwise have claimed him. The rejection by his surviving cousin following his rescue illustrated how completely his extended family had internalized blame for consequences of his escape, demonstrating societal tendency to punish victims for choices that created inconvenience for others, regardless of moral justification for actions taken in self-defense. Her accusation that his survival had cost 50 lives created burden of guilt that would influence every subsequent decision about personal happiness and romantic relationships. The dedication to demon slaying that resulted from his inability to live normal life represented channeling of pain and self-hatred toward constructive purpose that could honor victims while working toward prevention of similar tragedies, yet also created psychological trap where any personal fulfillment felt like betrayal of those who had died because of his choices. His plan to die fighting Muzan represented ultimate expression of self-sacrifice designed to achieve redemption through martyrdom. The prayer for reincarnation that would allow him to express his feelings in life uncomplicated by current burdens illustrated how deeply he had come to love Mitsuri, while acknowledging that circumstances made such expression impossible during their current existence, creating tragic situation where mutual love was recognized by both parties yet remained unfulfillable due to psychological barriers that rational argument could not overcome. The confession that finally occurred as they lay dying together represented release from constraints that had prevented honest expression of feelings throughout their relationship, as approaching death freed him from concerns about worthiness that had made romantic declaration impossible during life, when such commitment would have required belief in deserved happiness. His admission of love at first sight validated all the subtle signs of attraction that had characterized their interactions. Her reciprocal confession revealed how much she had valued their relationship, while confirming that his protective attention and genuine caring had created exactly the kind of loving partnership she had sought when joining the Demon Slayer Corps, demonstrating that their compatibility had been authentic despite obstacles that prevented full realization during their original lifetime. Her happiness at finally hearing his feelings showed that love had indeed been mutual despite their inability to act upon it earlier. The promise to find each other in reincarnation and create happier life together represented hope that transcended death, while establishing spiritual contract that would influence their future existence, creating determination that some bonds are too strong for single lifetime to contain and must be fulfilled across multiple incarnations until circumstances align properly for complete romantic fulfillment and domestic happiness. The reincarnated restaurant that they operated together in the time skip provided perfect resolution to dreams that had seemed impossible during their original existence, as their establishment offered abundant food in atmosphere of warmth and welcome that honored both their personalities while creating environment where Mitsuri's appetite and nurturing nature could coexist with Obanai's protective instincts and preference for observing from positions that provided tactical advantage. The snake-themed decorations that adorned their restaurant honored Kaburamaru's role in their original story while providing visual reminder of how their love had transcended species boundaries and conventional expectations, creating space where different forms of beauty and companionship could be appreciated and celebrated. The successful business that resulted from their partnership demonstrated how their complementary skills created prosperity when circumstances allowed proper collaboration. The jealousy that reincarnated Obanai displayed toward customers who stared at Mitsuri's physical attributes showed that core aspects of their personalities and relationship dynamics had survived into new existence, proving that some characteristics transcend individual incarnations while creating continuity between their original tragic love and its eventual fulfillment through rebirth into circumstances that permitted normal romantic development and domestic happiness. Their story thus became ultimate testament to love's power to persist beyond death itself, demonstrating that some connections exist at level deeper than single lifetime can contain, and proving that patient devotion combined with willingness to sacrifice for beloved's welfare can create bonds strong enough to influence destiny itself, ensuring that happiness denied by tragic circumstances will eventually be claimed through reincarnation that provides new opportunities for fulfillment of promises made in moments of deepest love and commitment, validating hope that true love never truly dies, but continues burning through endless cycle of souls, seeking their destined companions across whatever obstacles time and fate might place between them, and ultimate happiness. In the realm where snow falls like tears from a grieving sky and fireworks bloom against darkness like memories of joy that refuses to die, there began a love story that would transcend the boundaries between human and demon, proving that some bonds are so pure and powerful that neither death nor supernatural transformation can truly sever them, and that the heart's capacity for devotion can survive even when the mind has forgotten why it continues to beat with rhythm that echoes names no longer remembered. Hakuji and Koyuki found each other in a world where poverty and illness created suffering that seemed inescapable. Yet their connection became light that illuminated path toward healing and hope, creating sanctuary where love could flourish, despite circumstances that had taught them both to expect nothing but disappointment and loss. The boy who would pledge his heart to Koyuki with devotion that exceeded his own survival instincts had arrived at this tale already marked by desperation so profound that it had driven him to crime as expression of filial duty, his hands stained with theft that represented not greed but desperate love for father whose illness required medicine that honest poverty could never afford. The tattoos that marked his arms told story of capture and punishment that reflected society's inability to distinguish between criminal intent and acts of desperation, motivated by love for family member whose life had become more precious than personal safety or social reputation. The 3 marks that decorated his flesh served as permanent reminder that conventional morality was luxury available only to those whose circumstances never forced them to choose between legal behavior and loved ones' survival, creating visible evidence of how quickly societal judgment could transform acts of devotion into criminal behavior worthy of escalating punishment. The threat of losing his hand for 4th offense illustrated how justice system prioritized deterrence over understanding, creating situation where continued attempts to save his father would result in permanent disability that would make future care impossible. The father whose life had motivated these desperate measures possessed gentle nature that made accepting help feel like burden rather than blessing. His suicide, representing tragic misunderstanding of his son's motivations and complete failure to recognize that love could transform any sacrifice into joy rather than obligation. His death note, expressing hope that removing himself would enable Hakuji to live righteously, demonstrated how completely he had misunderstood the source of his son's criminal behavior and the depth of devotion that had motivated actions he viewed as shameful rather than heroic. The devastation that followed this ultimate abandonment left Hakuji without purpose or direction, his entire identity having been built around caring for someone who no longer existed and whose final act had specifically rejected the care that had given meaning to every choice and action throughout his adolescent years. The fights that characterized this period represented not aggression but desperate search for something that could provide physical pain sufficient to match emotional agony that threatened to destroy his sanity and will to continue, existing in a world that seemed designed to punish love rather than reward it. The encounter with Keizo that would transform his trajectory from self-destruction toward healing occurred during a moment when violence had become his only means of expressing internal pain that could not be adequately communicated through words or conventional emotional expression. The dojo master's ability to defeat him in combat while recognizing potential beneath surface aggression demonstrated wisdom that could see past immediate behavior toward underlying character traits that more superficial observers might have missed entirely. The trust that Keizo demonstrated by accepting someone bearing criminal tattoos into his household and allowing him access to vulnerable daughter illustrated faith in human nature that defied conventional wisdom about safety, security, creating opportunity for redemption that society had denied through its focus on punishment rather than rehabilitation. His willingness to entrust Koyuki's care to someone whose background suggested danger rather than reliability represented leap of faith that would prove completely justified through subsequent events. The girl who would capture Hakuji's heart with such completeness that her memory would survive even demonic transformation possessed fragility that evoked memories of his father's illness, while providing opportunity to apply lessons learned through previous failure to save someone he loved. Her condition created circumstances where his devotion and dedication could be channeled toward constructive purpose rather than desperate criminal activity, transforming qualities that had led to social condemnation into virtues that made him invaluable caregiver and companion. The nursing duties that he assumed with enthusiasm that surprised even himself provided structure and meaning that had been absent from his life since his father's death, creating daily routine organized around someone else's needs and comfort rather than his own pain and confusion. The nights spent changing towels and monitoring her condition demonstrated patience and gentleness that contradicted his violent reputation, while revealing character traits that circumstances had never previously allowed him to develop or express. His hatred of hearing sick people apologize for requiring care reflected deep understanding of how illness affected dignity and self-perception, as his experience with his father had taught him to recognize signs of shame and self-blame that accompanied physical dependency. His ability to communicate that such apologies were unnecessary showed emotional maturity that enabled him to provide not only physical assistance but psychological comfort that addressed internal struggles accompanying external symptoms. The invitation to view fireworks together represented first social activity that transcended immediate medical necessity, creating opportunity for relationship development that moved beyond caregiver duties toward genuine companionship and mutual enjoyment of shared experiences. Her suggestion demonstrated recovery sufficient to consider activities beyond basic survival, while also indicating trust and comfort with his presence that had developed through months of intimate care and constant attention. His refusal to attend alone and offer to carry her to viewing location illustrated how completely his priorities had shifted from individual pleasure towards shared experiences that could accommodate her limitations while ensuring her participation in activities that might bring joy despite physical constraints. The promise to wait until following years, if necessary, showed patience and commitment that placed her welfare above his own desires for immediate gratification or conventional entertainment. The tears that his kindness provoked revealed how rarely she had experienced consideration that prioritized her comfort and happiness over convenience of others, indicating that his approach to her care differed qualitatively from treatment she had received from people whose assistance came with expectations or resentment rather than genuine pleasure in providing help. His obvious discomfort with her emotional response demonstrated that causing happiness was more natural to him than receiving gratitude or recognition for his efforts. Keizo's recognition that they both needed something to protect created explicit acknowledgement that Hakuji's dedication to Koyuki's welfare served psychological needs that went beyond simple employment or duty, providing him with purpose and identity that had been missing since his father's death, while giving her devoted protector, whose commitment exceeded what professional caregivers might provide. The mutual benefit that their relationship provided validated its development beyond mere medical necessity toward genuine emotional partnership. The 3 years that passed while Hakuji devoted himself to her recovery represented transformation period for both participants, as her gradual return to health paralleled his own healing from traumatic losses that had nearly destroyed his ability to hope for positive outcomes or believe in possibility of happiness. The success of his nursing efforts provided evidence that his capacity for devotion could produce beneficial results when properly directed toward achievable goals rather than impossible situations. The proposal that emerged from this extended period of mutual caring and growing intimacy came naturally from recognition that their partnership had evolved beyond temporary medical arrangement toward permanent emotional bond that both participants valued above any other relationship or opportunity that might present itself. Keizo's offer of succession and marriage demonstrated his complete confidence in Hakuji's character and his understanding of how deeply the young people had come to care for each other. The blushing and embarrassment that accompanied formal acknowledgement of their romantic attachment revealed how their feelings had been developing gradually through daily interactions, rather than sudden recognition of attraction, creating foundation based on mutual respect, shared experience, and proven devotion, rather than purely physical appeal or social convenience. The simultaneous emotional response from both participants confirmed that their attachment was reciprocal rather than one-sided pursuit. The gratitude that Hakuji felt toward fate for providing opportunity to imagine bright future represented complete reversal from despair that had characterized his emotional state following his father's suicide, illustrating how love and purpose could restore hope even in someone whose experiences had taught him to expect disappointment and loss rather than fulfillment and joy. His amazement at finding himself worthy of happiness demonstrated how completely his self-perception had been transformed through experience of successful care and genuine appreciation. The fireworks viewing that finally occurred provided perfect romantic setting for deeper conversation about their relationship and individual experiences, creating atmosphere where vulnerable discussions could occur naturally within context of celebration and beauty rather than medical crisis or daily routine. The spectacular display overhead served as backdrop for intimate revelations that would define their understanding of each other and their shared future possibilities. The conversation that developed during this magical evening revealed how profoundly his presence had affected her psychological state during her illness, as she explained that his casual references to future years had provided hope that her own despair had made impossible to sustain independently. His matter-of-fact assumption that she would survive to see subsequent celebrations had counteracted her mother's suicide and her father's resignation, while giving her reason to imagine continued existence rather than inévitable death. Her explanation of how his simple words about waiting until next year or the year after had provided psychological lifeline during darkest periods of her illness illustrated how hope could be transmitted through expressions of confidence that seemed casual to speaker but carried transformative power for someone struggling with despair. His ability to envision her future had enabled her to begin imagining it herself, creating mental shift that proved as important as physical treatment for her recovery. The hand-holding that accompanied her declaration of his worthiness represented physical expression of emotional commitment that had been developing through months of intimate care and growing trust, creating a moment where their relationship could be acknowledged explicitly rather than remaining subtext beneath medical necessity and social propriety. Her initiative in making this gesture demonstrated confidence and affection that his devotion had earned through consistent demonstration of reliability and genuine caring. The marriage proposal that emerged from this conversation occurred within context of mutual recognition that their partnership had become essential to both participants' happiness and sense of completeness, creating formal acknowledgement of bond that had been forming gradually through shared experience and proven compatibility. Her direct question about marriage illustrated courage and clarity about her feelings that his care and attention had enabled her to develop. His promise to become stronger than anyone in order to protect her represented commitment that transcended conventional romantic pledges toward understanding that their love created responsibilities and opportunities that would require continued growth and development rather than static contentment. The fireworks that exploded during this moment provided perfect symbolic accompaniment to declarations that illuminated their future with possibilities as bright and beautiful as pyrotechnic display. The perfect happiness that characterized this evening would prove to be peak of their earthly relationship, as forces beyond their control were already moving to destroy what they had built together through patience, devotion, and mutual healing. The tragedy that awaited them would test whether love could survive circumstances that exceeded human ability to prevent or overcome through individual effort or determination. The poisoning of their well by jealous rivals represented evil that struck without warning or opportunity for defense, targeting innocent people whose only crime was finding happiness that others resented rather than celebrated. The timing of this attack during Hakuji's absence visiting his father's grave created cruel irony that his devotion to honoring deceased parent would prevent him from protecting living loved ones who depended on his presence for their safety and survival. The deaths of both Keizo and Koyuki while he was away fulfilling obligations to his father's memory represented loss so complete and devastating that it exceeded his capacity to process or accept through normal emotional mechanisms, creating trauma that shattered his psychological stability and moral framework, while leaving him with pain that demanded expression through violence rather than grief. The betrayal involved in losing everything precious, while engaged in act of filial piety, created contradiction that his mind could not resolve through rational analysis. The massacre that followed his discovery of their bodies represented transformation from protector to destroyer, as grief and rage overwhelmed moral constraints that had guided his behavior since joining Kizo's household, creating a situation where his enhanced fighting abilities became instruments of vengeance rather than tools for protecting innocent people. The 67 deaths that resulted from his bare-handed assault on rival dojo demonstrated how completely loss had transformed him from healer into killer. The supernatural nature of his combat performance during this revenge killing attracted Muzan's attention, while providing evidence that extreme emotional states could unlock human potential that exceeded normal physical limitations, creating circumstances where demonic transformation could build upon existing capabilities rather than replacing them entirely. The blood-soaked scene that greeted the Demon King illustrated how completely grief had already begun Hakuji's transformation from human into something else. The conversion to demon form that followed represented not violation of his will, but acceptance of change that seemed preferable to continuing existence in world where everything he loved could be destroyed by petty jealousy and casual cruelty, creating a situation where loss of humanity felt like escape from pain rather than additional tragedy to be mourned. His willingness to abandon human identity reflected complete despair about possibility of finding meaning or happiness within constraints of mortal existence. The memory loss that accompanied demonic transformation removed conscious awareness of what he had lost, while preserving subconscious influences that would continue shaping his behavior and preferences throughout his existence as supernatural creature, creating tragic situation where love's influence persisted even when its source could no longer be remembered or understood. His refusal to consume women despite nutritional advantages they offered demonstrated how deeply his devotion to Koyuki continued affecting his choices. The compass needle technique that formed snowflake patterns during combat represented artistic expression of memories that could not be consciously accessed, as his beloved's name contained kanji for snow, while her hair ornaments had featured snowflake designs that his subconscious mind recreated through blood demon art, without understanding their significance. The beauty of these formations contrasted sharply with their deadly purpose, while providing visual reminder of love that transcended transformation. The firework-themed attack names that characterized his combat techniques similarly reflected unconscious preservation of memories associated with happiest moment of his human existence. As his subconscious mind continued celebrating evening when he and Koyuki had pledged their love while watching pyrotechnic display that had provided perfect backdrop for their engagement, These attacks thus became expressions of joy, transformed into instruments of destruction. The centuries that passed while Akazar served as Upper Moon 3 provided time for his abilities to develop, while his essential nature remained influenced by human experiences he could no longer remember, creating internal contradictions that weakened his effectiveness as demon, while preserving qualities that would eventually enable his redemption through recovery of suppressed memories. His position within Muzan's hierarchy reflected both his combat prowess and the limitations that his retained humanity imposed on his development. The final battle that brought him into conflict with Tanjiro and Giyu created circumstances where prolonged combat stress and exposure to opponents who embodied values similar to his forgotten human self could trigger return of memories that demonic transformation had suppressed rather than destroyed, providing opportunity for redemption that required external catalysts to overcome supernatural barriers, preventing conscious access to his original identity and motivations. The appearance of Koyuki's spirit during this climactic confrontation represented love's ultimate triumph over supernatural forces that had sought to erase their connection, as her presence enabled him to remember not only who he had been, but why those memories were worth recovering despite pain they carried. Her forgiveness and welcome provided resolution that his centuries of unconscious guilt had desperately needed, while validating hope that love could indeed survive any transformation or separation. The tears that he shed upon recognizing her demonstrated return of human emotions that demonic existence had suppressed, while his desperate apologies revealed awareness of how far he had strayed from values and behaviors that their relationship had inspired during his mortal lifetime. Her gentle acceptance of his regret and her invitation to come home provided absolution that enabled him to choose death over continued existence as creature that betrayed everything their love had represented. The cessation of regeneration that allowed his destruction represented conscious choice to prioritize spiritual reunion with beloved over physical survival that had lost all meaning once memory returned, demonstrating that some forms of love are indeed stronger than death, and that redemption remains possible even for those who have traveled furthest from their original nature. His final moments thus became celebration of love's victory rather than tragedy of demon's defeat. Their story became testament to power of genuine devotion to transcend any obstacle, including death and supernatural transformation, proving that hearts united by true affection create bonds that exist beyond individual existence and can influence destiny across centuries of separation, while demonstrating that love's influence persists even when conscious memory fails, and that redemption, through recovered connection, remains possible for those whose essential nature was shaped by experience of genuine care and mutual devotion that created meaning profound enough to survive any attempt at destruction or corruption. In the mountains where silence holds the weight of unfulfilled dreams and tadpoles swim in pools that reflect the faces of souls seeking connection in a world that has taught them to expect nothing but solitude, there began a love story that would illuminate the terrible cost of destiny, while proving that even the greatest warriors are sustained not by strength, but by the gentle touch of someone who sees past their power toward the vulnerable heart that beats beneath layers of obligation and supernatural gift. Yoriichi Tsugikuni and Uta found each other in circumstances that seemed orchestrated by fate itself, yet their happiness would be cut short by the very demons whose existence would drive him to become legend, creating tragedy so profound that it would reshape the eternal war between light and darkness, while demonstrating how personal loss could transform individual grief into universal mission. The boy who would become the sun itself in human form had arrived at this tale already marked by differences so profound that his own family could not understand or accept them, his extraordinary abilities creating isolation that went beyond simple social rejection toward fundamental alienation from human experience as others knew it. The breath that flowed through his body carried patterns that seemed designed by forces beyond mortal understanding, creating capabilities that exceeded normal human limitations, while establishing expectations and responsibilities that no child should have been required to bear alone. The household that had shaped his early years operated according to traditions and hierarchies that prioritized social position over individual worth, creating an environment where his unprecedented gifts were viewed as tools for family advancement, rather than blessings that might enrich his personal life or contribute to broader human welfare. The pressure to conform to expectations that ignored his actual nature, while demanding performance that utilized his abilities for purposes he had never chosen, created internal conflict that made escape seem preferable to continued compliance with others' plans for his future. The decision to leave behind everything familiar represented not rebellion against family authority, but recognition that his authentic self could never flourish within constraints that treated him as valuable property rather than person, deserving of choice about how his gifts might be employed for purposes that aligned with his own values and moral framework. The journey away from predetermined path toward unknown possibilities required courage that his gentle nature might have seemed to lack, yet his actions demonstrated strength that came from conviction rather than aggression. The pond where he encountered Yuta existed in space that seemed removed from ordinary world, its still waters reflecting sky and clouds, while providing habitat for creatures whose simple existence offered lessons about patience, adaptation, and the kind of quiet persistence that could survive circumstances beyond individual control. The tadpoles that swam in these waters represented transformation and possibility, suggesting that change was a natural process rather than catastrophic disruption of established order. The girl who stood motionless beside this tranquil scene possessed stillness that matched the water's surface while concealing depths of pain and loss that her composed exterior barely contained, her extended contemplation reflecting internal struggle with grief, so overwhelming that movement itself had become a difficult challenge, requiring conscious effort rather than automatic response to environmental stimuli or social expectations. Her isolation spoke to experiences that had taught her to expect disappointment from human connection, while finding comfort only in natural settings where judgment and betrayal could not intrude. The plague that had claimed her family represented suffering that exceeded individual tragedy toward community devastation, that swept away entire networks of relationship and support, leaving survivors adrift in a world where familiar landmarks of love and security had been obliterated by forces that respected neither virtue nor innocence in their relentless advance through human populations. Her solitude reflected not choice, but necessity imposed by circumstances that had eliminated everyone who might have provided companionship or understanding. The loneliness that characterized her existence had created a psychological state where even simple acts of kindness toward other creatures required careful consideration of moral implications. As her plan to take tadpoles home for companionship conflicted with recognition that separation from their families would impose suffering similar to what she had experienced through her own losses, her ultimate decision to free them rather than claiming them for her comfort demonstrated empathy that survived, despite her own desperate need for connection. Yoriichi's offer to accompany her home represented first human kindness she had encountered since losing everyone who mattered to her, creating a moment of unexpected grace that transformed her tears from expressions of isolated grief toward release of emotions that could finally be shared with someone who offered presence without demanding explanation or attempting to minimize her pain through false comfort or hollow reassurances about eventual recovery. The decision to live together emerged naturally from recognition that both had been seeking something that conventional social arrangements could not provide, as his need for authentic relationship uncontaminated by expectations about his extraordinary abilities complemented her desire for companionship that acknowledged loss without trying to replace what had been destroyed. Their partnership represented mutual rescue from different forms of isolation, while creating foundation for connection based on acceptance rather than utility. The 10 years that followed their initial meeting provided time for relationship to develop through daily interactions that revealed compatibility, extending beyond immediate mutual need toward genuine appreciation of each other's qualities and perspectives, creating bond that deepened gradually through shared experience rather than dramatic gestures or intense emotional declarations that might have proven unsustainable under ordinary life. Stresses that tested romantic partnerships over extended periods. Her constant talking that filled their shared days provided soundtrack of human warmth that counteracted the silence he had known throughout his isolated childhood, while her observations and insights helped him understand world through eyes that saw beauty and significance in details that his extraordinary perception might otherwise have overlooked, in favor of larger patterns and cosmic implications that his supernatural awareness made impossible to ignore. The education she provided came not through formal instruction, but through example of how someone could maintain curiosity and engagement with life, despite experiencing losses that might have justified permanent withdrawal from emotional investment in outcomes beyond immediate survival, demonstrating resilience that exceeded anything his physical gifts could achieve, while teaching him that strength could manifest through vulnerability rather than power. Her description of him as broken kite whose string had been severed captured perfectly his sense of disconnection from normal human experience, while also suggesting that proper guidance and tethering could enable him to soar rather than drift aimlessly through existence without purpose or direction, that utilized his gifts for meaningful contribution to world's welfare rather than mere demonstration of unprecedented capability. The marriage that formalized their commitment represented transition from mutual rescue toward conscious choice to build future together based on love that had proven capable of sustaining both partners through challenges that might have defeated less compatible partnerships, creating legal and spiritual framework for family that could provide stability and meaning that neither had experienced previously despite their different backgrounds and experiences. The pregnancy that blessed their union represented ultimate expression of hope and creativity that their love had generated, transforming their personal happiness into legacy that could extend their values and commitment beyond their individual lifespans toward future generations, that would carry forward best aspects of their relationship while creating new possibilities for human flourishing and connection that might not otherwise have existed. The anticipation of parenthood created new responsibilities and priorities that shifted focus from personal fulfillment toward preparation for nurturing new life that would depend completely on their ability to provide not only physical care but emotional foundation that could enable healthy development and eventual independence for someone whose existence would validate their choice to create family despite world's dangers and uncertainties. The departure to summon midwife represented routine preparation for childbirth that should have been simple errand requiring brief absence followed by return, with assistance that would ensure safe delivery and proper care for both mother and child during vulnerable period when medical expertise might mean difference between successful birth and tragedy that could destroy everything they had built together. The encounter with Old Man requiring help along the path provided test of priorities that revealed how deeply his fundamental kindness had been integrated with his sense of duty, creating situation where assistance to stranger in distress took precedence over personal schedule, despite importance of returning home promptly to arrange professional support for his wife's approaching delivery. The decision to provide aid, despite time constraints, demonstrated moral framework that prioritized immediate human need over abstract future concerns, yet also created tragic irony, where his compassion for unknown person would prevent him from protecting most important person in his life during moment when his presence was most desperately needed for her safety and survival. The delay that resulted from this good deed meant that darkness fell before he could complete his mission and return home with medical assistance, creating circumstances where Yuta would face childbirth alone without support or protection that his strength and abilities might have provided against threats that conventional preparation could not have anticipated or prevented through normal domestic security measures. The attack that occurred during his absence represented convergence of personal tragedy with broader supernatural warfare that had been raging between demons and humans throughout history, creating situation where his individual loss became part of larger pattern of suffering that demanded response, exceeding personal grief towards systematic effort to prevent similar tragedies from befalling other families who deserved protection from forces beyond their ability to resist. The discovery that greeted his return home shattered every assumption he had made about safety, happiness, and the possibility of maintaining normal human relationships while possessing abilities that made him target for supernatural enemies whose existence he had not fully understood or prepared to defend against through conventional domestic arrangements that assumed threats would come from predictable sources requiring conventional responses. The bodies of his wife and unborn child represented destruction of future he had envisioned while creating guilt that would torment him throughout remaining years, as questions about whether his presence might have made difference in outcome competed with recognition that his abilities carried responsibilities extending beyond personal happiness toward obligations that individual desires could not override, regardless of cost to his own emotional welfare. The 10 days he spent cradling their remains illustrated depth of his love while demonstrating how completely their loss had shattered his understanding of purpose and meaning, creating psychological crisis that required external intervention to prevent complete breakdown that might have rendered him incapable of functioning in a world where his gifts were desperately needed for protection of innocent people facing similar threats. The encouragement to mourn properly through prayer, provided by visiting Demon Slayer, represented wisdom about grieving process, while also serving as recruitment opportunity that would channel his abilities toward purposes that could honor his loved one's memory while preventing future tragedies that might otherwise claim lives of families whose protection depended on warriors willing to sacrifice personal happiness for greater good. The dream he shared of simple domestic life with wife and child revealed how completely his extraordinary abilities had failed to provide what mattered most to him, as visions of quiet evenings spent close enough to see their faces and reach out to touch their hands represented happiness that no amount of supernatural power could recover once it had been destroyed by forces that his strength alone could not have prevented. The transformation from person seeking personal fulfillment toward warrior dedicated to universal protection occurred through recognition that his grief could become foundation for mission that prevented others from experiencing similar losses, creating purpose that transcended individual tragedy. while ensuring that his beloved's death would contribute to cause greater than revenge or simple continuation of cycle of violence between demons and humans. The sun-breathing techniques that emerged from this transformation represented channeling of cosmic forces through human form that had been prepared by love and shaped by loss, creating combat capabilities that could challenge Demon King himself, while embodying spiritual power that exceeded mere physical technique toward expression of divine wrath, focused through mortal consciousness that had been purified by suffering and dedication. The decades of demon hunting that followed provided outlet for grief while contributing to protection of countless families who would never know how his personal tragedy had motivated their salvation, demonstrating how individual loss could be transformed into universal service when someone possessed both power necessary for effective action and moral framework that prioritized others' welfare over personal satisfaction or desire for peaceful retirement from world's demands. The encounter with Tamayo that revealed his influence on demon psychology illustrated how his presence affected even supernatural creatures whose transformation should have eliminated human responses to moral authority, suggesting that some forms of power transcended physical strength towards spiritual influence that could inspire change in beings whose nature seemed permanently fixed in patterns of evil and destruction. The meeting with Sumiyoshi that provided opportunity to share his techniques with future generations demonstrated understanding that his individual abilities would not be sufficient for permanent solution to demonic threat, requiring transmission of knowledge and inspiration to others who might continue his work through different approaches that built upon his innovations, while adapting to circumstances he could not anticipate or prepare for personally. The final confrontation with Muzan that nearly ended demon threat permanently represented culmination of lifetime dedicated to mission that began with personal loss and evolved into cosmic battle between light and darkness, creating situation where his individual grief had become weapon capable of destroying source of evil that had claimed not only his family but countless others throughout history of supernatural warfare. The failure to complete this ultimate victory due to limitations imposed by human mortality illustrated tragic irony that even greatest warrior could be defeated by constraints that no amount of skill or determination could overcome, leaving task incomplete, despite sacrifice of everything that might have provided personal happiness in favor of duty that demanded total commitment, regardless of cost to individual welfare. The legacy that survived his death through techniques and inspiration he had provided to successors demonstrated how love transformed by loss could influence events across generations, creating ripple effects that would eventually culminate in victory. He had been unable to achieve personally, but had made possible through foundation of knowledge and moral example that others could build upon when circumstances permitted. Final resolution. His story thus became testament to love's power to transform individual tragedy into universal purpose, while proving that some sacrifices create meaning that extends far beyond personal loss toward achievements that honor memory of those we have loved and lost, demonstrating that greatest heroes are motivated not by desire for glory, but by determination to prevent others from experiencing pain that has shaped their own understanding of what matters most in existence, where happiness is fragile, gift that must be protected through strength dedicated to service rather than self-interest or personal fulfillment that ignores broader responsibilities inherent in exceptional abilities. In the valleys where music echoes between mountain peaks, and the sound of laughter mingles with the clash of steel against supernatural darkness, there began a love story that challenged every convention about romance and partnership, while proving that the heart's capacity for devotion cannot be measured by traditional standards or constrained by social expectations that assume one form of love must exclude all others. Tengen Uzui and his 3 wives, Makio, Suma, and Hinatsuru, created bond that transcended ordinary understanding of marriage while demonstrating how genuine care and respect could flourish within arrangements that society might question, but that served the emotional and practical needs of everyone involved with remarkable success and mutual satisfaction. The man who would revolutionize his clan's approach to marriage and duty had been born into traditions so ancient and rigid that they seemed carved from the mountain stone itself, their practices unchanged through generations that had prioritized clan survival and operational effectiveness over individual happiness or personal choice. In matters that other families considered private decisions requiring only the consent of those directly involved, the ninja heritage that shaped his upbringing operated according to principles where strategic alliances and breeding programs took precedence over romantic attachment or emotional compatibility between partners whose primary function was producing the next generation of warriors capable of serving clan interests regardless of personal cost. The polygamous marriage system that governed his family's matrimonial arrangements had been established not through desire for luxury or male privilege, but through calculated recognition that dangerous missions and high mortality rates among active operatives required reproductive strategies that maximized the likelihood of surviving offspring while creating multiple support networks that could maintain clan functions even when individual members were killed in service to duties that demanded constant risk of life and limb for objectives that transcended personal welfare. The 15-year-old boy who found himself assigned 3 wives simultaneously had never requested such arrangement, nor felt prepared for responsibilities that most young men would have considered either blessing or burden, depending on their individual temperament and understanding of what marriage required from partners who must somehow create harmony among multiple strong personalities while maintaining effectiveness as operational unit, whose survival might depend on perfect coordination under extreme stress that could expose any weakness in their mutual trust and cooperation. Makio brought to their union the fierce independence and quick temper that had been shaped by ninja training, emphasizing self-reliance and aggressive response to perceived threats, creating personality that could shift rapidly from gentle companionship to combat readiness when circumstances demanded protection of family members or completion of mission objectives that required decisive action rather than lengthy consultation or diplomatic negotiation with enemies whose intentions were clearly hostile to their continued existence and well-being. Her tendency toward jealousy and possessiveness reflected not insecurity about her own worth, but natural competitive instincts that had been honed through years of training, where success often meant being better than peers who might otherwise receive opportunities or recognition that she deserved, based on superior performance and dedication to excellence that exceeded minimum standards required for basic competence in activities that could determine life or death outcomes for entire teams. The anger that characterized her responses to situations where she felt her position or importance was being questioned or diminished served protective functions for someone whose survival had depended on maintaining respect from colleagues and superiors, who might otherwise view her as expendable resource rather than valued partner whose contributions were essential for mission success and whose welfare deserved consideration equal to that provided for male operatives with similar qualifications and experience. Suma represented the emotional heart of their family unit through her open expression of feelings and fears that others might have considered weaknesses, but that actually served crucial functions in maintaining group cohesion and psychological health during periods of extreme stress that could otherwise result in complete breakdown of communication and mutual support systems that their dangerous lifestyle made absolutely essential for everyone's continued survival and effectiveness. Her tendency to cry readily and express vulnerability without shame created safe space where other family members could acknowledge their own emotional needs without feeling that such admissions compromised their professional competence or warrior identity, providing outlet for psychological pressures that accumulation without release could eventually undermine operational performance and personal relationships that required ongoing maintenance and nurturing to remain functional under constantly challenging circumstances. The biting behavior that she employed when Tengen used to speak about going to hell demonstrated both her fierce protective instincts and her refusal to accept casual discussion of scenarios that would result in separation from someone whose welfare had become more important to her than her own, safety or comfort, creating feedback mechanism that encouraged him to reconsider language and attitudes that caused unnecessary distress to people who loved him enough to worry about outcomes he seemed to accept too readily. Hinatsuru embodied the diplomatic wisdom and strategic thinking that held their complex household together through her ability to mediate disputes and find compromises that satisfied everyone's essential needs while maintaining focus on larger objectives that required cooperation rather than internal conflict over issues that could be resolved through patient negotiation and mutual understanding of each person's concerns and perspectives. Her role as unofficial leader among the three wives emerged naturally from her combination of emotional intelligence and tactical expertise that enabled her to see both immediate interpersonal dynamics and longer-term implications of various choices and policies that affected their family's functioning as both domestic unit and operational team, whose effectiveness could be compromised by unresolved tensions or competing priorities that undermined unified action during critical moments. The crying that characterized her response to Tengen's casual mentions of hell reflected not weakness, but deep emotional investment in his continued existence that made any reference to his potential death or damnation feel like personal attack on her happiness and security, rather than simple expression of fatalistic acceptance of occupational hazards that came with their chosen profession and its inherent risks. The cultural context that had created their arranged marriage system reflected pragmatic recognition that individual romantic preferences were luxury, that families engaged in life or death occupations could not afford to prioritize over strategic considerations that affected entire clans' survival and operational effectiveness across generations of service, to causes that exceeded personal happiness or individual fulfillment as primary criteria for important life decisions. Tengen's revolutionary approach to this inherited system began with fundamental philosophical shift, away from treating his wives as strategic assets or breeding stock toward viewing them as individuals whose welfare and happiness deserved consideration equal to his own, despite traditional hierarchies that granted male clan heads absolute authority over family members whose opinions were typically solicited for information purposes rather than genuine consultation about matters that affected their daily lives and future prospects. The declaration that his wives' safety took priority over mission objectives represented radical departure from conventional ninja doctrine that treated individual operatives as expendable resources whose sacrifice was acceptable cost for achieving strategic goals that served clan interests, creating new operational philosophy where success was measured not only by mission completion but by ability to protect team members whose survival had become personal responsibility rather than merely professional obligation. His explicit instruction that they should prioritize their own lives over mission requirements directly contradicted generations of training that had emphasized duty and sacrifice as highest virtues while treating personal survival as secondary consideration that should never interfere with achieving objectives that served broader strategic purposes, transcending individual welfare or family relationships that might create conflicts between personal loyalty and professional duty. The ranking system he established, wives first, reliable assistants second, himself third, represented complete inversion of traditional hierarchy that would have placed clan leaders' survival above all other considerations, creating framework where his role as protector and provider took precedence over his function as strategic asset, whose preservation might serve broader organizational interests that he was now willing to subordinate to family welfare and happiness. The affection that he demonstrated through head-patting and verbal encouragement created positive reinforcement patterns that built confidence and emotional security among family members whose previous training had emphasized criticism and correction as primary motivational tools, providing emotional foundation that could sustain them through challenging circumstances while maintaining psychological health that purely results-oriented approaches might have undermined through excessive stress and performance anxiety. The entertainment district mission that would test their family bonds under extreme conditions represented intersection of professional obligations with personal relationships that could no longer be separated according to traditional boundaries between duty and affection, creating a situation where success required not choosing between competing loyalties, but finding ways to honor both family commitments and strategic objectives through innovative approaches that conventional training had never anticipated or prepared them to manage. The fear that characterized their preparation for this dangerous assignment reflected emotional investment in each other's welfare that had developed beyond mere professional partnership toward genuine love and concern that made any risk to family members feel like personal threat, requiring careful consideration of alternatives that might minimize danger while still achieving necessary objectives that their positions within Demon Slayer Corps made unavoidable responsibilities. The relief that overwhelmed them when Tengen survived his encounter with Upper Moon demons, despite losing eye and hand, demonstrated how completely their priorities had shifted from abstract commitment to clan honor toward concrete concern for a specific person whose continued existence had become more important than any achievement or recognition that might be gained through heroic sacrifice or posthumous glory, that would leave survivors to cope with loss of someone irreplaceable. The retirement decision that followed naturally from his injuries and their shared trauma reflected mature recognition that some victories were too costly to repeat, and that continued service in roles requiring similar risks was no longer justifiable when family responsibilities had become primary source of meaning and motivation, rather than professional advancement or contribution to causes that, however worthy, could not compensate for destruction of relationships that had become foundation of their happiness and sense of purpose. The civilian life that they established after leaving active Demon Slayer service provided opportunities to explore aspects of their relationships that constant danger and mission pressures had previously made difficult to develop, creating space for domestic activities and personal interests that revealed individual personalities and preferences that professional roles had necessarily suppressed in favor of operational effectiveness and team coordination that required subordinating personal desires to group needs. The training assistance that Tengen continued to provide allowed him to contribute his expertise without accepting risks that might threaten family stability, while his protective services for core facilities gave him purpose that utilized his abilities without requiring separation from wives, whose presence had become essential for his psychological well-being and continued recovery from physical injuries that had ended his active combat career, but not his capacity for meaningful service. The friendship that developed between Giyu and their family illustrated how their unconventional household structure could accommodate relationships with people whose backgrounds and personalities differed significantly from their own, creating an extended network of mutual support that enriched their lives while demonstrating that their marriage arrangement did not isolate them from broader social connections that provided additional sources of companionship and assistance. The privilege that Giyu received of holding their newborn child reflected trust and acceptance that had developed through repeated interactions where his reliable character and genuine care for their welfare had established him as honorary family member whose presence was welcome during important celebrations and milestones that might otherwise have been restricted to biological relatives or culturally traditional relationships that their household had already transcended through necessity and choice. The birth of their child represented fulfillment of reproductive hopes that had motivated the original arranged marriage, while also creating new dimensions of love and responsibility that transformed their relationship from partnership, focused primarily on adult needs, toward family unit dedicated to nurturing and protecting next generation, whose welfare would require continued cooperation and mutual support throughout years of child rearing that would test their bonds in different ways than combat missions had challenged their unity. The question of which wife had given birth to their child remained deliberately unresolved in ways that suggested their approach to parenthood followed the same inclusive principles that governed other aspects of their relationship, with all three women sharing maternal responsibilities while the identity of biological mother became less important than collective commitment to providing child with loving environment where multiple caregivers could contribute their individual strengths toward comprehensive nurturing that no single parent could provide alone. The team approach to child rearing that they undoubtedly employed would have provided their offspring with exposure to diverse perspectives and skills, while ensuring constant supervision and attention that single-parent households or even conventional two-parent families might struggle to maintain consistently, creating advantage that compensated for any social confusion their unconventional family structure might have generated in communities where such arrangements were unfamiliar or misunderstood. The domestic happiness that they achieved through their innovative approach to marriage and family life provided model that challenged conventional assumptions about romantic relationships, while demonstrating that genuine love and mutual approach, respect could create fulfillment, regardless of whether partnerships conformed to traditional expectations about exclusivity and hierarchy that assumed competition rather than cooperation among people sharing affection for same individual. The success of their arrangement validated Tengen's revolutionary philosophy that had prioritized individual welfare over institutional tradition, while proving that changing established practices could produce better outcomes when modifications were based on genuine care for people involved, rather than mere rebellion against authority or desire for novelty that ignored practical considerations about what actually worked to create sustainable happiness and mutual satisfaction among all participants. Their story thus became testament to love's ability to transcend social conventions while creating new forms of partnership that served participants' actual needs rather than abstract ideals about proper relationships that might not accommodate individual circumstances or preferences that deviated from assumed norms, demonstrating that successful families could be built on foundations of respect, communication, and shared commitment regardless of whether their structure matched conventional models that assumed one-size-fits-all approaches to complex human emotions and practical arrangements for daily living that must somehow balance individual desires with collective needs and external pressures that no relationship could entirely avoid or control through internal harmony alone. The protection and care that each provided for the others created a network of mutual support that proved more resilient than traditional marriages might have achieved under similar stresses, while their individual contributions to family welfare demonstrated how diversity of personalities and skills could be coordinated toward common goals that honored everyone's essential nature while achieving objectives that exceeded what any single person could have accomplished independently, validating their choice to embrace unconventional arrangement that society might have questioned, but that served their actual needs with remarkable effectiveness and enduring satisfaction that conventional relationships too often failed provide despite social approval and institutional support that could not substitute for genuine compatibility and mutual devotion among people willing to innovate rather than conform when innovation served love better than tradition. In the windswept mountains where storms rage with the fury of hearts that have learned to hide their tenderness beneath masks of anger and violence, there began a love story that would exist only in stolen moments and unspoken understanding, proving that some bonds are too precious and fragile to survive in worlds where gentleness is perceived as weakness and where those who protect others must often sacrifice their own chances for the very happiness they fight to preserve. Sanemi Shinazugawa and Kane Kocho found each other in circumstances where their different approaches to demon slaying created both attraction and tragedy, as her unwavering belief in the possibility of coexistence with reformed demons conflicted with his absolute conviction that supernatural evil could never be trusted. Yet their mutual respect and hidden affection would influence both their lives in ways that neither fully understood until loss made clear what might have been possible under different circumstances. The man who would carry Kane's memory like a sacred flame hidden within his storm-ravaged heart had arrived at this tale already scarred by experiences so brutal that they had forged him into weapon of pure vengeance against demons whose existence represented everything he had lost and could never recover through any amount of violence or retribution. The wind-breathing techniques that flowed through his being carried the fury of someone who had watched his family destroyed by creatures that wore human faces while harboring appetites that transcended any form of hunger that moral beings could understand or forgive. The scars that decorated his flesh like a map of suffering told stories of battles where survival had required accepting wounds that would have killed lesser warriors, each mark representing a moment when his determination to destroy demons had proven stronger than his instinct for self-preservation, creating testament to how completely his identity had become intertwined with mission that exceeded personal welfare or individual happiness in favor of duty that demanded total sacrifice of everything that might interfere with maximum combat effectiveness. The aggressive personality that characterized his interactions with colleagues and subordinates served protective functions beyond simple intimidation, as his reputation for harsh treatment and impossible standards created distance that prevented emotional attachments that might compromise his tactical judgment during situations where split-second decisions could determine whether innocent people lived or died based on his ability to prioritize mission objectives over personal relationships that demons could exploit as weaknesses. The absolute hatred that he directed toward all supernatural creatures reflected not mindless prejudice, but educated understanding of how demonic transformation affected human consciousness and moral framework. as his experience with family members whose corruption had forced him to make impossible choices had taught him that mercy toward demons invariably resulted in tragedy for humans who trusted in possibility of redemption that supernatural evil could simulate but never genuinely achieve. The woman who would touch his hidden heart with her radical philosophy of compassion possessed gentleness so profound that it seemed to exist in different realm from the violent world where demons and demon slayers engaged in eternal warfare. Her flower-breathing techniques channeling beauty and grace that could defeat supernatural enemies while maintaining faith in possibility that some creatures might retain enough humanity to deserve chance at rehabilitation rather than immediate execution. Kanei's approach to demon encounters emphasized observation and analysis that sought evidence of retained human consciousness before resorting to lethal force, creating operational methodology that prioritized understanding over reflexive violence while accepting increased personal risk in service of moral framework that refused to abandon hope for redemption even when facing creatures whose bosses behavior suggested complete corruption of original human nature. The butterfly mansion that she had established with her sister Shinobu represented physical manifestation of her belief that healing could triumph over destruction when proper care and attention were applied to problems that seemed insurmountable through conventional approaches, creating sanctuary where damaged souls could recover from trauma while contributing to broader mission of protecting innocent people from supernatural threats that required coordinated response from individuals whose diverse skills complemented each other. The medical expertise that she had developed alongside her combat abilities reflected understanding that true victory over demonic evil required not only elimination of immediate threats, but also treatment of wounds that supernatural warfare inflicted on survivors whose physical and psychological injuries could prevent them from contributing effectively to ongoing protective efforts that depended on maintaining human resources capable of sustained resistance against enemies whose numbers seemed limitless. Their first encounters as fellow Hashira occurred during meetings where policy discussions revealed fundamental philosophical differences about appropriate responses to demons who displayed unusual behavior patterns that might indicate retained humanity or conscious resistance to their transformed nature, creating intellectual conflict that challenged both individuals to examine assumptions they had previously considered unquestionable truth about supernatural warfare and its moral implications. Tsunemi's immediate dismissal of any suggestion that demons deserved consideration beyond swift execution reflected experiences that had taught him to distrust appearances and emotional appeals that resembled tactics he had seen supernatural creatures employ to manipulate human sympathy before revealing their true predatory nature. While Kanei's persistent advocacy for careful evaluation of individual cases demonstrated commitment to principles that she refused to abandon, despite personal risks such approaches might create. The respect that gradually developed between them emerged from recognition of each other's dedication to protecting innocent people, despite their disagreement about optimal methods for achieving shared objectives, as both had proven their willingness to sacrifice personal safety and comfort for mission success, while maintaining moral frameworks that guided their choices even when circumstances made adherence to principles difficult or dangerous. The debates that characterized their professional interactions revealed intellectual compatibility that transcended their tactical disagreements, as both possessed analytical minds capable of examining complex ethical questions while maintaining focus on practical outcomes that would best serve populations depending on Demon Slayer Corps for protection against supernatural threats that ordinary humans could not resist through conventional means. Tsunemi's gradual recognition that Kane's compassionate approach did not indicate weakness or naivety, but rather represented different form of strength that could achieve results his more direct methods might miss, created internal conflict between his established worldview and growing appreciation for perspectives that challenged assumptions he had never previously questioned. Despite their influence on every aspect of his operational philosophy and personal relationships, the moments of vulnerability that she occasionally revealed during private conversations provided glimpses of person beneath the serene public persona, showing how her gentle approach to demon encounters reflected not absence of anger or grief, but conscious choice to channel negative emotions toward constructive purposes, rather than allowing trauma to transform her into mirror of the destructive forces she opposed. Her acknowledgement that maintaining faith in possibility of redemption required constant effort and renewal demonstrated that her optimistic philosophy was not innate disposition, but deliberate discipline that she practiced despite witnessing horrors that would have justified cynicism and despair in someone whose moral framework was less firmly established or whose commitment to healing was less complete. The protection that Tsunemi began extending toward her during dangerous missions reflected growing concern for her welfare that exceeded professional courtesy or tactical consideration, as his positioning and tactical choices increasingly prioritized her safety, even when such adjustments might compromise his own combat effectiveness or create suboptimal outcomes for mission objectives that previously would have taken absolute precedence over individual considerations. His subtle modifications of fighting style to better complement her techniques during joint operations indicated unconscious adaptation that suggested emotional investment in their partnership despite his conscious resistance to forming attachments that might interfere with single-minded focus on demon elimination that had previously characterized his approach to supernatural warfare and interpersonal relationships within core hierarchy. The conversations that developed between missions provided opportunities for deeper understanding of each other's backgrounds and motivations, creating foundation for connection that transcended professional cooperation toward genuine friendship based on mutual respect and appreciation for qualities that their different approaches to shared work had initially obscured from casual observation. Her interest in his family history and willingness to listen without judgment to accounts of traumatic experiences that had shaped his worldview demonstrated empathy that extended beyond tactical considerations toward genuine care for his emotional welfare and psychological healing that his harsh exterior typically prevented others from recognizing as necessary or achievable through human connection and understanding. The advice that she offered about managing anger and grief reflected not condescending attempt to change his essential nature, but compassionate recognition that his current methods of processing trauma might be preventing him from achieving peace and satisfaction that effective demon slaying required for sustained performance over years of dangerous service that could otherwise result in burnout or reckless behavior that might compromise mission effectiveness. His acceptance of her guidance in areas where his experience had proven inadequate demonstrated trust that he had never extended to other colleagues whose expertise in emotional and psychological matters he had previously dismissed as irrelevant to practical concerns about combat effectiveness and tactical planning that seemed more immediately important than internal harmony or personal happiness. The gifts that he began bringing her from his travels represented unprecedented expression of consideration for someone else's preferences and happiness, as his selection of flowers and small items that had no tactical value but might provide aesthetic pleasure indicated attention to aspects of her personality that existed beyond their professional relationship and operational partnership, her appreciation for these gestures, and the careful preservation of items he had chosen specifically for her, created positive feedback that encouraged continued expression of affection, despite his initial discomfort with behavior that seemed inconsistent with warrior identity that had previously defined every aspect of his self-concept and interpersonal relationships with colleagues and subordinates. The upper moon encounter that would claim her life occurred during a period when their relationship had deepened beyond professional cooperation toward genuine emotional bond that might have developed into explicit romantic attachment if circumstances had permitted continued interaction without interference from supernatural enemies whose tactical capabilities exceeded what individual Hashira could counter through conventional combat techniques and established defensive strategies. The battle with Doma that resulted in her fatal injuries demonstrated both her courage and the limitations of compassionate approaches when facing enemies whose power and cunning exceeded what mercy and understanding could overcome through peaceful resolution or appeal to retained humanity that upper-level demons had systematically eliminated through centuries of embracing their predatory nature and rejection of human moral constraints. Her final words and requests reflected concern for others' welfare rather than self-pity or regret about choices that had led to her death, maintaining consistency with philosophical framework that had guided her throughout her demon-slaying career, while providing guidance and encouragement for survivors who would need to continue mission without her contributions and perspective. The impact of her loss on Tsunemi exceeded what he would have anticipated based on his previous conviction that emotional attachments were liabilities rather than sources of strength, as her absence created void in his life that tactical victories and successful missions could not fill, despite his continued effectiveness as Demon Slayer, whose abilities remained unimpaired by grief that he struggled to process or express through conventional means. His subsequent interactions with Shinobu reflected attempt to honor Kane's memory while maintaining connection to someone who represented living link to person whose influence had begun transforming his understanding of what relationships might provide in terms of emotional support and psychological growth that enhanced rather than compromised professional effectiveness and personal satisfaction. The protective attitude that he displayed toward Shinobu demonstrated how his feelings for Kanae had created ongoing responsibilities and commitments that survived her death while extending to people who had been important to her, creating network of care and concern that contradicted his previous conviction. That isolation was necessary for maintaining focus on demon elimination that required complete dedication. His questions about Shinobu's welfare during their occasional meetings revealed genuine interest in her emotional state and professional challenges that reflected continuation of caring that Kanae had inspired while adapting to circumstances where direct expression of concern was possible in ways that his relationship with her sister had never permitted due to their different ranks and operational responsibilities. The evolution of his attitude toward demons who retained human characteristics reflected subtle influence that Kanae's philosophy had exercised over his thinking, despite his continued commitment to eliminating supernatural threats that posed dangers to innocent people, as his actions during final battles suggested greater willingness to consider individual circumstances rather than applying universal policies without regard for specific situations. His final encounter with Nezuko provided test of how much his perspective had changed through exposure to Kanae's alternative approach to demon evaluation, as his decision to acknowledge her retained humanity and offer apology for previous hostility represented significant departure from attitudes that had previously characterized his responses to any creature bearing demonic characteristics, regardless of their behavior or apparent consciousness. The tenderness that he displayed during this moment of recognition demonstrated how Kane's influence had softened aspects of his personality, that trauma and violence had hardened beyond what most observers would have considered capable of modification through human connection and emotional growth, proving that love could indeed transform even those who seemed permanently shaped by hatred and loss. The parallel between his protective gesture toward Nezuko and his remembered interactions with Kane revealed how relationships that seemed impossible due to circumstances or philosophical differences could nonetheless create lasting changes in people whose capacity for growth had been hidden beneath defensive mechanisms that protected against further trauma, while also preventing healing that required vulnerability and trust. Their story thus became testament to love's ability to influence lives even when circumstances prevent its full expression or development, demonstrating that some connections transcend explicit romantic relationships while creating bonds that shape decisions and perspectives throughout remaining lifetime, proving that hearts touched by genuine affection carry that influence forward into future relationships and moral choices that honor memory of those who helped them discover capacity for gentleness and compassion that seemed impossible before encountering someone whose example made transformation conceivable and achievable through patient acceptance of change that honored both strength and vulnerability as essential aspects of complete human experience. In the hidden chambers where ancient knowledge mingles with desperate hope and the scent of medicinal herbs carries promises of impossible cures, there began a love story that would endure across centuries, despite being forever unrequited, proving that devotion need not be mutual to achieve profound beauty, and that some hearts are large enough to love completely without demanding reciprocal affection in return. Tamayo and Yushiro created bond that transcended conventional understanding of romantic relationships, while demonstrating how genuine care and selfless dedication could sustain one person's entire existence, even when the object of Tam. Their affection remained focused on goals that left no room for personal attachment or emotional fulfillment beyond the satisfaction of scientific achievement and humanitarian service. The woman, who would unknowingly become the center of Yushiro's universe, had arrived at her hidden existence, already bearing burdens so immense that they had reshaped her understanding of what life could offer beyond endless work toward objectives that might never be fully achieved within her extended lifetime. The transformation that had made her immortal had also cost her everything that had previously given meaning to existence, as the demonic nature forced upon her by Muzan's cruelty had required her to witness the destruction of her human family, while being powerless to prevent tragedies that her new supernatural condition had made inevitable through circumstances beyond her control or ability to influence. The centuries that followed her unwilling conversion to demonic form had been dedicated to systematic rebellion against the creature who had stolen her humanity, while simultaneously destroying everyone she had loved, creating mission that combined scientific research with moral crusade in ways that gave purpose to existence that might otherwise have become unbearable through its endless duration and isolation from normal human relationships and experiences that her condition made impossible to maintain safely. The medical knowledge that she had accumulated through decades of careful study and experimentation represented not merely intellectual curiosity, but desperate search for redemption that might somehow restore what Muzan's intervention had destroyed, while her growing expertise in demon physiology and blood chemistry created foundation for hope that supernatural transformation might someday be reversed through proper understanding of mechanisms that govern such radical alterations of human consciousness and physical form. The laboratory that she had established in hidden corners of Tokyo provided sanctuary where forbidden research could proceed without interference from authorities who would never understand or approve of experiments that challenged fundamental assumptions about the permanent nature of demonic transformation and the impossibility of returning corrupted souls to their original human state through scientific intervention rather than simple destruction. The boy who would dedicate his entire existence to her service had been discovered during her travels through regions where illness and poverty created conditions that made supernatural intervention seem preferable to slow death through malnutrition and disease that conventional medicine could not address adequately within timeframes that made survival likely without immediate and dramatic action that only demonic abilities could provide effectively. Yushiro's transformation from dying child to immortal demon had been motivated not by Tamayo's desire for companionship, but by her recognition that his death would represent waste of potential, that circumstances rather than inherent limitation had made inevitable, creating opportunity for rescue that her medical knowledge and supernatural capabilities could accomplish when conventional treatment had already proven inadequate for addressing conditions that had progressed beyond what normal human physiology could overcome. The gratitude that he felt upon awakening to discover that death had been averted and replaced with immortal existence, free from physical suffering, created foundation for devotion that exceeded anything rational analysis could explain or justify through simple appreciation for life saved, suggesting that some forms of love emerge from recognition of spiritual debt that transcends practical considerations about reciprocal benefit or mutual advantage in ongoing relationships. His immediate dedication to serving as her assistant reflected not merely repayment of obligation, but authentic recognition of her extraordinary nature and moral purpose that inspired admiration approaching religious reverence for someone whose combination of scientific brilliance and humanitarian commitment represented ideals he had never previously encountered or imagined could exist within single individual, whose capabilities seemed to exceed normal human limitations even before considering her supernatural enhancements. The protective instincts that he developed toward her welfare and reputation exceeded what employment or gratitude would normally inspire, suggesting emotional investment that had evolved beyond simple appreciation toward genuine love, that motivated his actions and choices, even when she remained unaware of his feelings, or their influence on his behavior and priorities during situations where personal preferences conflicted with what he perceived as her needs or interests. His jealousy regarding anyone who approached her with requests for assistance or attempted to engage her attention for purposes beyond immediate medical necessity demonstrated possessiveness that reflected deep emotional attachment rather than professional concern about interference with their research activities, indicating that his feelings had developed far beyond what working relationship would typically generate, even under circumstances of extended close collaboration and shared commitment to challenging objectives. The artistic talents that he had cultivated, as expression of his devotion, created outlet for emotions that direct declaration might have made awkward or unwelcome. Given her focus on scientific research and humanitarian service that left little time or energy for personal relationships that required emotional investment beyond what their professional partnership already demanded from both participants in their dangerous and demanding work. The paintings that he created in secret during moments when she was occupied with experiments or patient care represented attempts to capture and preserve her beauty and grace in ways that his memory alone could not adequately maintain. Through centuries of shared existence, creating permanent records of moments and expressions that his loving observation had identified as particularly representative of qualities he found most admirable and attractive. His defensive reactions to any criticism or disrespect directed toward her revealed how completely her welfare and reputation had become more important to him than his own comfort or safety, creating willingness to accept personal risk or social conflict in order to protect her from negative consequences that might result from association with supernatural creatures whose existence most people could not accept or understand without fear and hostility. The research assistance that he provided went far beyond simple task completion toward genuine intellectual contribution that enhanced their shared work, while demonstrating his commitment to objectives that had become his own through emotional identification with her goals and values rather than mere compliance with instructions or expectations about subordinate behavior during collaborative scientific endeavors. His attention to her physical needs and comfort during extended periods of intensive work reflected understanding of how completely she could become absorbed in research activities, to the point where basic self-care became secondary, consideration that might be neglected without external reminders about the importance of maintaining health and energy necessary for sustained productivity and effectiveness. The meals that he prepared with careful attention to her preferences and nutritional requirements represented practical expression of care that found acceptable outlet through activities that served her welfare, while avoiding direct, emotional expression that might have complicated their professional relationship or created awkward situations where his feelings became burden rather than source of support and assistance. His observation of her emotional states and moods enabled him to provide appropriate support and encouragement during difficult periods when research progress seemed inadequate or when memories of lost family and human life created psychological burden that threatened to undermine her motivation and commitment to work that required sustained optimism and determination despite numerous setbacks and disappointments. The conversations that they shared during quiet moments between research activities provided opportunities for him to demonstrate intellectual compatibility and emotional understanding that went beyond simple assistance toward genuine companionship that enriched her existence while providing satisfaction for his need to contribute meaningfully to someone whose approval and appreciation had become primary source of personal fulfillment and sense of worth. His willingness to accompany her during dangerous activities and provide protection during encounters with hostile demons or suspicious humans demonstrated courage that transcended self-preservation in favor of ensuring her safety. Success during missions that required risking exposure to enemies whose capabilities might exceed their combined ability to resist or escape through conventional defensive measures. The collaboration with Tanjiro and his companions that brought outsiders into their private world created test of his possessiveness and territorial instincts as he struggled to accept sharing her attention with people whose claims on her expertise and assistance might interfere with exclusive access he had previously enjoyed to her time and consideration during daily activities. His initial hostility toward Nezuko reflected not racial prejudice against demons, but jealousy toward another supernatural creature who might understand aspects of Tamayo's experience and perspective that his own transformation had not prepared him to comprehend or share, creating perceived threat to unique position he had occupied as her only demonic companion and closest confidant. The gradual acceptance that he developed toward their new allies demonstrated emotional maturity and recognition that her happiness and success were more important than his exclusive claim on her affection and attention, indicating growth that love had inspired toward broader perspective that prioritized her welfare over his personal preferences about their social arrangements and professional partnerships. The sacrifice that she made during the final battle against Muzan represented culmination of centuries of preparation and dedication to objectives that had given meaning to her extended existence while providing ultimate test of his devotion When faced with prospect of losing the person who had become center of his entire universe and primary source of motivation for continued existence. His reaction to sensing her death revealed depths of grief and rage that demonstrated how completely his identity and purpose had become intertwined with her presence and approval, creating emotional devastation that might have destroyed someone whose attachment had been less profound or whose life had possessed other sources of meaning and satisfaction beyond single relationship that had defined everything important about his existence. The survival that enabled him to continue existing after her loss created situation where his love would be tested by separation that could only be bridged through memory and artistic expression of devotion that death had made impossible to communicate directly, requiring transformation of active service into permanent memorial that could preserve and honor what they had shared together. The centuries that followed her sacrifice provided time for grief to evolve into different form of love that found expression through creative work dedicated to preserving her memory and celebrating qualities that had inspired his original attachment while creating legacy that could communicate to future generations what kind of person she had been and why her life and work deserved recognition and appreciation. The modern era that found him established as successful artist, whose paintings of mysterious woman had begun receiving critical acclaim, represented fulfillment of artistic potential that love had nurtured, while providing practical outlet for emotions that required expression through creative work, rather than direct communication that circumstances had made permanently impossible. The hundreds of paintings that documented his memories and continuing devotion demonstrated persistence that exceeded what simple nostalgia or artistic practice might have motivated, suggesting that his feelings had achieved permanence that transcended normal human attachment, while creating body of work that served as monument to love that neither time nor separation could diminish or destroy. The critical recognition that his work was receiving indicated that others could perceive and appreciate emotional truth that his paintings conveyed even without understanding specific circumstances that had inspired such sustained créative dédication, proving that genuine love could communicate its beauty and significance across cultural and temporal boundaries that might otherwise limit artistic impact. The suggestion that his collection might include 1,000 or more individual paintings revealed commitment that exceeded what professional artistic career might have demanded, indicating that creative expression had become form of worship and memorial rather than simple occupation or hobby that could be abandoned when practical considerations suggested alternative approaches to earning recognition or financial success. His choice to remain focused exclusively on single subject despite opportunities to diversify his artistic interests demonstrated fidelity that proved love's capacity to provide sufficient inspiration for an entire lifetime of creative work, validating devotion that might have seemed obsessive or unhealthy to observers who could not understand spiritual dimension of attachment that transcended conventional understanding of romantic relationships. The continuation of his work into modern period, with no apparent intention of stopping or changing focus, illustrated how some forms of love achieve immortality through artistic expression that preserves and communicates emotional truth across generations, creating permanent testimony to power of genuine devotion, while inspiring others who encounter such dedication through cultural artifacts that survive long after original circumstances have been forgotten. His story thus became testament to love's ability to sustain creative work and provide meaning for existence, even when reciprocal affection remains impossible, demonstrating that selfless devotion can achieve beauty and significance that transcend personal fulfillment while creating legacy that honors beloved through artistic achievement that captures and preserves essential qualities that inspired original attachment, proving that unrequited love need not be viewed as tragedy, but can represent highest form of human dedication when channeled toward creative expression that celebrates, rather than mourns what cannot be possessed or controlled through conventional romantic relationships. In the quiet spaces where words remain unspoken and understanding flows deeper than conversation, where the gentlest souls find solace in the presence of those whose silence matches their own hidden depths, there began a love story that would exist entirely in the realm of what might have been, proving that some bonds transcend the need for declaration, while creating connections so profound that their absence leaves wounds that never fully heal. Giyu Tomioka and Shinobu Kocho discovered each other across the vast emotional distance that both maintained from a world that had taught them to expect loss rather than lasting happiness. Their contrasting approaches to grief and duty, creating dynamic where teasing masked deeper affection while stoic silence concealed vulnerability that only the most perceptive observer could detect beneath carefully maintained facades. The man who would carry unspoken feelings like stones in his heart had arrived at this tale, already marked by losses so fundamental that they had reshaped his understanding of what human connection could offer beyond temporary companionship that would inevitably end in separation and sorrow that exceeded any joy that brief attachment might provide. The water-breathing techniques that flowed through his being reflected not only elemental mastery, but psychological adaptation to existence, where emotions were channeled through controlled forms rather than spontaneous expression that might reveal depths of feeling that made vulnerability to further loss unbearable. For someone whose capacity for pain had already been tested beyond what most spirits could endure, the silence that characterized his interactions with colleagues and subordinates served protective functions that extended beyond simple social awkwardness toward deliberate isolation that prevented formation of bonds that his experience had taught him to associate with inevitable tragedy, rather than source of strength or comfort during difficult periods that Demon Slayer service made unavoidable for anyone committed to protecting innocent people from supernatural threats. His reputation for emotional detachment reflected not absence of feeling, but excess of it carefully suppressed through discipline that required constant vigilance to maintain, as his enhanced sensitivity to others' pain and his acute awareness of mortality made normal social interaction feel like preparation for grief that would follow when death claimed people whose welfare had become important to his psychological equilibrium and sense of purpose. The rare smiles that occasionally crossed his features during moments of genuine happiness or satisfaction represented breaks in emotional armor that had been constructed through years of careful self-control, creating glimpses of person he might have been under circumstances that permitted expression of warmth and humor, that his protective mechanisms normally kept hidden from observation by those who might mistake such displays for weakness or invitation to deeper relationship. The woman who would breach his carefully maintained defenses possessed combination of scientific brilliance and emotional complexity that enabled her to recognize and appreciate qualities in others that surface observation might miss entirely. Her own experiences with loss and responsibility, having taught her to value authenticity over social performance, while developing skills for reaching people whose isolation stemmed from pain rather than indifference toward human connection and mutual support. Shinobu's approach to their professional relationship began with recognition that conventional social strategies would prove inadequate for establishing meaningful communication with someone whose psychological barriers had been erected specifically to prevent the kind of casual interaction that most people took for granted as natural foundation for friendship and collaborative work that required mutual trust and understanding. The teasing that became her signature method of engaging his attention represented calculated approach to breaking through emotional walls without triggering defensive responses that direct confrontation or sympathy might have provoked. From someone whose survival had depended on maintaining distance from others whose concern could become additional burden, requiring energy and attention that he needed to reserve for mission objectives and professional responsibilities. Her gentle mockery of his serious demeanor and social awkwardness created safe space where acknowledgement of his unusual characteristics could occur without judgment or expectation that he should modify his essential nature to accommodate others' comfort or preferences about appropriate behavior during interpersonal interactions that he found challenging, despite his obvious competence in other areas that required different forms of expertise. The defense that she provided for his actions during Hashira meetings where other colleagues criticized his decisions or questioned his judgment demonstrated loyalty that exceeded what professional courtesy would typically require, indicating personal investment in his reputation and welfare that had developed through observation of his character and recognition of moral principles that guided his choices, even when those choices appeared questionable to observers who lacked complete information about circumstances. Her public support during discussions about protocol violations and disciplinary measures created protective barrier that enabled him to maintain focus on objectives that transcended bureaucratic concerns while knowing that someone understood and appreciated motivations that he found difficult to articulate through formal explanations that might have justified his actions to authorities who prioritized institutional rules over individual moral judgment in complex situations. The private conversations that developed between them during quiet moments provided opportunities for deeper understanding to emerge through exchanges that revealed intellectual compatibility alongside emotional resonance that neither had anticipated finding within professional relationships that typically remained focused on tactical considerations and mission planning rather than personal growth and mutual support that could enhance individual effectiveness through psychological healing. The meals they shared together created domestic intimacy that contrasted sharply with formal interactions required during official meetings and collaborative operations, providing context where their different personalities could complement each other naturally without pressure to maintain professional facades that might otherwise prevent authentic connection from developing through gradual recognition of compatible values and mutual respect. Her ability to provoke genuine laughter from someone whose emotional responses typically remained carefully controlled represented significant achievement that reflected both her social skills and his unconscious trust in her intentions, creating moments of joy that reminded him of person he had been before tragedy, taught him to expect disappointment from emotional investment in relationships that circumstances beyond his control could destroy without warning. The concern that she expressed about his tendency toward isolation and his apparent lack of close friendships revealed understanding that his behavior patterns served protective functions, while also recognizing potential costs of such extreme self-reliance in terms of psychological health and emotional well-being that could ultimately compromise his effectiveness as demon slayer whose mission required sustained commitment over extended period. Her suggestions that he should speak more frequently and open himself to social interaction demonstrated recognition of his essential nature while encouraging growth that could enhance rather than threaten his carefully maintained equilibrium, indicating wisdom about how therapeutic relationships could develop through gradual changes rather than dramatic transformation. that might overwhelm defensive mechanisms that served important functions. His observations about her frequent talking and obvious dedication to her work revealed attention to details of her personality and behavior that suggested deeper interest than casual professional interaction would typically generate, while his recognition of her occasional appearance of being unwell indicated empathetic awareness that went beyond surface-level assessment of colleagues' general fitness for duty during challenging assignments. The worry that he felt about her welfare during dangerous operations exceeded what strategic considerations would normally require from a team leader whose primary responsibility was mission success, rather than individual protection of subordinates whose safety was their own responsibility, according to established protocols that emphasized personal competence and self-reliance over mutual protection that might compromise tactical effectiveness. His subtle modifications of positioning and timing during joint operations reflected unconscious accommodation of her fighting style and tactical preferences, while also ensuring that he remained available to provide assistance or intervention if circumstances developed in ways that exceeded her ability to handle independently, demonstrating protective instincts that had developed despite his conscious commitment to treating all colleagues equally regardless of personal feelings. The coordination that characterized their combat cooperation indicated mutual understanding of each other's capabilities and limitations that could only have developed through extensive observation and analysis of performance patterns during previous encounters, creating tactical harmony that enhanced their combined effectiveness while revealing how well they had learned to anticipate and complement each other's actions during high-stress situations. The respect that each showed for the other's specialized knowledge and unique approaches to Demon Slayer operations created foundation for professional relationship that transcended simple cooperation toward genuine partnership based on recognition of individual strengths that could be coordinated toward objectives that neither could achieve alone through conventional methods or standard tactical approaches. Her medical expertise and his strategic capabilities created combination that proved particularly effective during complex operations that required both combat effectiveness and sophisticated understanding of demon physiology and behavior patterns. While their different perspectives on appropriate treatment of supernatural creatures generated productive tension that improved decision-making through consideration of alternatives that individual judgment might have overlooked. The letters and reports that they exchanged during periods of separation provided opportunities for continued intellectual engagement and emotional connection that might otherwise have been interrupted by geographical distance and mission, assignments that prevented regular face-to-face interaction, creating communication channel that enabled their relationship to develop despite practical obstacles that typically prevented formation of close bonds between Hashira, whose duties required extensive travel. The enthusiasm that she displayed when discussing topics related to her research and medical practice revealed passionate commitment to knowledge and healing that inspired his admiration while providing insight into aspects of her personality that professional interactions might not have disclosed, showing him a person whose dedication to helping others matched his own commitment to protecting innocent people from supernatural threats. His appreciation for her earnest dedication and his recognition of her scholarly achievements demonstrated capacity for intellectual respect and emotional appreciation that his usual reserved demeanor typically prevented others from observing, indicating that their relationship had reached level of intimacy where authentic responses became possible despite psychological barriers that normally limited his expression of positive feelings. The spin-off material that documented their shared missions provided additional context for understanding how their partnership functioned during extended operations where they could observe each other's methods and personalities under various forms of stress and challenge, revealing compatibility that might not have been apparent during brief interactions that characterized most professional relationships within Demon Slayer hierarchy. The rare moments of genuine happiness and relaxation that he experienced in her presence demonstrated how much her companionship had come to mean for his psychological well-being and emotional stability, creating an oasis of normalcy within existence that was otherwise dominated by violence, loss, and responsibility that left little room for personal satisfaction or simple human pleasures. The news of her death during the confrontation with Doma struck him with force that revealed depths of attachment he had never consciously acknowledged, as his visible reaction to losing someone whose presence had become an essential part of his emotional landscape created public display of grief that contrasted sharply with composed demeanor he typically maintained during professional crises that required clear thinking and decisive action. The tears that he did not shed but that others could sense in his emotional state illustrated how completely her loss had affected someone whose capacity for feeling had been carefully hidden beneath layers of protective detachment, creating wound that would influence every subsequent relationship and every future decision about how much emotional investment he could risk in connections that mortality made inherently temporary. The recognition that their relationship had possessed romantic potential that circumstances had prevented from developing into explicit attachment created additional dimension of grief that went beyond simple loss of valued colleague toward mourning for possibilities that would never be explored or fulfilled through conventional courtship and mutual declaration of feelings that both had harbored, but neither had felt safe expressing. The what-if scenarios that haunted his memory after her death represented torture that exceeded physical pain through their focus on alternative outcomes that might have been possible if he had possessed courage to acknowledge his feelings while opportunity for reciprocal response still existed, creating regret that would accompany him throughout remaining years of service and whatever personal life he might eventually attempt to build. The understanding that she had cared for him beyond simple friendship became clear only through reflection on subtle signs and gestures that he had not properly appreciated while she lived, creating retrospective recognition of mutual affection that had existed beneath professional relationship, without ever being acknowledged or developed through conscious choice to risk vulnerability that both had avoided through different but equally effective defensive strategies. The influence that her memory would exercise over his future relationships and personal choices demonstrated how profoundly love could affect someone even when it remained unexpressed and unresolved, creating internal standard that would make other connections feel inadequate or incomplete through comparison with bond that had achieved spiritual significance, despite its earthly limitations and unfulfilled potential. Their story thus became testament to love's ability to exist and flourish in silence while creating meaning that transcends explicit romantic relationship, proving that some connections achieve permanence through restraint rather than expression, while demonstrating how deeply two people can affect each other through subtle kindness and mutual understanding that creates foundation for attachment that survives death through memory and influence that shapes survivors' continuing journey through life, that has been forever marked by encounter with soul, whose presence revealed possibilities for connection that seemed impossible before and may never be duplicated through future relationships that lack the specific combination of timing, compatibility, and shared purpose that created their unique and irreplaceable bond. In the end, gentle dreamer, these stories remind us that love is the strongest breathing technique of all. It requires no sword, no special training, only an open heart, willing to see the light in another soul. Whether it bloomed in peaceful moments between battles, grew from seeds of kindness planted in broken spirits, or transcended death itself to find fulfillment in reincarnation, love proved stronger than any demon's curse. From Tanjiro's gentle healing of Kanao's wounded heart, to Zenitsu's thunderous devotion, from the tragic beauty of Akaza and Koyuki, to the eternal promise of Obanai and Mitsuri, each tale weaves into the greater tapestry of human connection that no darkness can truly destroy. As you drift toward peaceful slumber, carry with you this truth, that in a world of demons and despair, the greatest victory is not won through strength alone, but through the courage to love, to protect, and to see the human heart that beats within even the most unlikely souls. Sleep well, and dream of cherry blossoms falling like snow, of fireworks lighting the sky, and of hearts that burn eternal.